1126 3012 UK time, people. Yes. 2024. Kick a little intro in now. Let's see what I'm going to warm up the machine and jump straight in. Oh, come off it, man. What is going on now? It's like let's see how that looks. Watch me now. So 2024, yeah. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do like a list. See how many? I don't know whether or not it's gonna be 10, 20, 50. I hope it will be 10. Right? Defining moments of 2024. Yes. That's what this is about. Yes, defining moments in 2024. Yeah, defining moments in 2024. That's what it's going to be titled. I might even just change the title now. Defining moments 2024. Defining moments of 2024 with your one and only JTV. Right. So that's looking all right, isn't it? Let me check this out. There we go. That should work.
Super Week, supersized with 2 weeks of offers like this. It's like a movie, but you killed every life. Up to the crime, I told you it's called tag. Crime after crime. Seem like they forgot OD. Why? Serious tag. Well, I'm still rolling with the guns, you know, shot by the tons. Right away, you know, badness. Yeah. We no care where you're back from, or the ends where you're track from. Gunshot make you fall like the bridge over London. When they kick you like Van Damme. This me out of east, and me buck you over Boston. Head a bust like gas can. Bullet with gunpowder, no last man. This cartel and plantain. Push your head up in your mother pussy like tampon. Let me go push you bantan. With boy you kick like Jackie Chan over Hankan. Our gun goes up pam. We have bad from before X-Man and Green Lantern. Before Snoop Liver Campton. So no true boy here cartel doing that song. We know easy if you walk on, flat carbon. Yo, we are better than them by far, better than them by near. In a piece, in a walk, drive by, walk by, in a car. Gun warfare, see the chief of staff here, 3-star. Better than them by far, better than them by near. In a piece, in a walk by, drive by, in a car. Your brain we get floating with the big milli 14. My gun carry copper, no calcium, no protein. So you're dead when it's soaking. When you need a run to me gun in on me short jeans. You're there, your country, your plant greens. So you want walk bad man now, by all means. When you're ready, bring it on, please. And bring your friend them small like small car trees. And them pussy to your car G's. When gunshot a blow, them think a Christmas breeze. One catch you must freeze. Man fly from Jamaica across the West Indies. Lana bellies, next please. When iron dog bite it, what's a damn babies. And it a sting like babies. Make big man a scream like ladies and babies. Timeless, timeless. Other than them by far, other than them by near. In a piece, in a war, walk by, drive by, in a car. Run walk, you see the chief of staff here, 3-star. Other than them by far, other than them by near. In a piece, in a war, walk by, drive by, in a car. Run walk here, hey. Me no care where you're back from, or the ends where you shot from. Gunshot make you fall like the bridge over London. When they kick you like Van Damme. This me out the east and me buck you over Boston. Head a bust like gas fan. Bullet with gunpowder, no last one, no last man. This cartel and plantain. Push your head up in your mother pussy like tampon. Yeah, big up Mojo Bantan. When boy you kick like Jackie Chan over Hong Kong. Our gun goes up pam pam. We are bad from before X-Man and Green Lantern. Before Snoop live a Compton. So no true boy here cartel and real girl song. We know easy if you walk on, no Teflon carbon. Yes. Other than them by far, other than them by near. In a piece, in a war, walk by, drive by, in a car. Gun warfare, see the chief of staff here, 3-star. Other than them by far, other than them by near. In a piece, in a war, walk by, drive by, in a car. Your brain we get floating with the big milli 14. My God, carry copper, no calcium, no protein. So you're dead when it's working. When we don't run town, you make money in my short jeans. You're there, your country, your plant greens. So you want walk bad man now, by all means. When you're ready, bring it on, please. And bring your friend them small like small car trees. And them pussy in your car G's. When gunshot a blow, them think of Christmas trees. One get you must freeze. Or a fly from Jamaica across the West Indies. Nana bellies, next please. When iron dog bite it, what's around babies. And it's still like babies. Make big man scream like ladies and babies. Timeless. Hey. Other than them by far, other than them by near. In a piece, in a war, walk by, drive by, in a car. Gun warfare, see the chief of staff here, 3-star. Other than them by far, other than them by near. In a piece, in a war, walk by, drive by, in a car. Gun warfare, see the chief of staff here, 3-star. Other than them by far, other than them by near. In a piece, in a war, walk by, drive by, in a car. Gun warfare, the chief of staff here, 3-star. Other than them by far, other than them by
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Uh-huh. Where is that one? Where's when you want you think you can't find it?
All of the massive, them style ya. Special request to all the soldiers and each and every one about ya. That's them style ya. Trouble, stiddly up, stiddly up, stiddly up, stiddly up, stiddly diddly 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 what? Yes. John up and leave you sing like a millionaire. A youth like you should live in a New York City, right? Diddly 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 whoa. Stiddly wop, stiddly whoop, stiddly doop, stiddly daddly diddly doop. And the telephone says she hear my voice. Tell me to pick her up in my Rolls Royce. If my Rolls Royce is not believe it. It's about to leave it, soon you're holding boy and a large extra broad. Whoa. What? Stiddly diddly diddly diddly. Stiddly wop, stiddly whoop. Stiddly diddly widdly diddly widdly whoa. What? And the telephone says she hear my voice. Tell me to pick her up in my Rolls Royce. If my Rolls Royce is not for ladies, girl, I'm gonna take you in my Mercedes. If my Mercedes would have full up of the disease, girl, I'm gonna take you in my Firebird. If my Firebird is not fast enough, many and leave us and the world can just. Lord of mercy, but I leave it. John knows about to leave it. A man like you have a golden visor. Should I drive a Rolls Royce? Me? Thank you, man. Whoa. Go on. Stoodly wop, stoodly whoop, stoodly dap, stoodly whoop, stoodly wop, stoodly whoop, stoodly wop, stoodly diddly 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 whoa. Go on. And the big phone says she hear my voice. Tell me to pick her up in my Rolls Royce. If my Rolls Royce is not for ladies, girl, I'm gonna take you with my Mercedes. If my Mercedes would have full up body disease, girl, I'm gonna take you with my Firebird. If my Firebird is not fast enough, me name leave us and me well conscious. Me nicer than the coffee, so in your thermos let me be. Stoodly wop, stoodly whoop, stoodly wop, stoodly whoop, stoodly diddly diddly diddly. Whoa, one. I look at the phone, so she hear my voice. Tell me to pick her up in my Rolls Royce. If my Rolls Royce is not for ladies, girl, I'm gonna take you with my Mercedes. If my Mercedes would have full up body disease, girl, I'm gonna take you with my Firebird. If my Firebird is not fast enough, girl, put your ass on the damn minibus. Me name leave us and me well conscious. Me nicer than the coffee, they in the thermos, let me be. Stoodly wop, stoodly daddly diddly whoop, stoodly wop. Oh, John up and leave it. A man like you can't sing, you should live a foreign. John know them style their fashion. Right, this when you come to Volcano, it's like a stage show. But right now we're gonna bring in one of Volcano national item scene. Dreadlocks, I want to know, sir. It's not a record I play. This is Prince Sam, the Volcano Ants man. Saying, one Bill Boy. John knows the Volcano, are the champion song of the whole wide world. Saying, Lord of mercy. This is the one, yeah. The name, electric boogie, boogie with me. Electric boogie, boogie with me. Electric boogie, boogie with me. In the school when me go, Holy Trinity, clothes everywhere, super khaki, shoes everywhere, clocks wallaby. Take me lunch money and buy Sensi. Couldn't smoke it now the class, go out go leave. Some people did a pause and inside me, go up in me yard, tell me mommy, when me go home about 5:30. Mother take the belt, start beat. She say fit, circle for me, steady for me, steady for me. You see me, I look at you behind me. You see me, I look at you behind me. You say me no want no girl, we no have no money. Me no want no girl, we no have workability. Me no want no girl, we can't cool and dead play. Me no want no girl, we can't water pump play. Me no want no girl, we can't ask man scary. You see me, I look at you behind me. You see me, I look at you behind me. You see me, I look at you behind me. You say me no want no girl, we no have no money. Me no want no girl, we are the young queen. The school where me go, Holy Trinity, clothes where me wear, strictly khaki, shoes where me wear, clocks wallaby. Take me lunch money and buy Sensi. Couldn't smoke it in the class, go out go leave. Some people did a pause and inside me, go up in me yard, tell me mommy, when me go home about 5:30. Mother take the milk, start the dishes if it, circle for me, yeah, steady for me, go on, circle for me, Jericho, the north side round the world, Jericho, the north side round the world, call the boy a Jericho, shut on down the dreadlocks, a man like you could never ban at a woman, so last I know them can't be out.
$100 Freedom Friday. Who made this coat? Hugo Boss, Armani? You sell out broke? Hell, my life just started, Jack. You keep your mouth shut, I'm gonna go in there and slap your face. I ain't leaving. I'll wear a $15,000 Rolex and you get on Space Mountain. You'll be like this. And now, you and I are living the ride. Jet fly. Kill stealing. Wheel a dealer. Son of a gun. Oh, who are you? Never tell me how to wrestle. Right life. Big cities. I am Ric Flair, the President of the United States. That kissed all the girls in the neighborhood and made them buy. Kiss stealing, wheeling dealing. Beer. Woo, 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 woo. I dressed myself in $100 Cleveland slacks. Who made this coat? Hugo Boss, Armani? You sell out broke? Hell, my life just started, Jack. You keep your mouth shut, I'm gonna go in there and slap your face. I ain't leaving. I'll wear a $15,000 Rolex and you get on Space Mountain. You'll be like this. And now, you and I are living the ride. Jet fly. Kill stealing. Wheel a dealer. Son of a gun. Oh, who are you? Never tell me how to wrestle. Right life. Big cities. I am Ric Flair, the President of the United States. That kissed all the girls in the neighborhood and made them buy. Kiss stealing, wheeling dealing. Cash.
Boy.
You want to get more knowledge on that? You should get the nature books that's free on the site, or you can pay for them yourself, or you can get the numeral cards, and there's a booklet that comes with that break this stuff down. So this is an upright. It says provides heat, light flow, breathing oxygen, mentally, spiritually, ethereal, and physically. All right, so this is like a life card. You're given another shot to get out of that whole thing of competition that makes no sense. All right, so basically the cards are spoken. 144,000 is not a correct number. So if I were you all, I would do some more research. If y'all know some tarot readers, hit them up. But tarot is one of the best ways to find out if something's true. All right.
Well, the man has spoken. The man has spoken. See what else I got here.
You take life ups and downs. If you're a real man, you never go down, you just stay up. Who are you? Never tell me how to wrestle. My life. Big city. I am Ric Flair. All the gold in the neighborhood. And get them back. Keep stealing, wheeling, dealing, living big right. Vicious. You turn the camera off, and I'll be naked when you come back. I can't help it that I'm custom made. I can't help it that I look good, smell good, can't dance all night long. I can't help it. What's happening right here? You can borrow me for about
Yo. 2024. What's Britannia saying? Oh, no, no. This is all fucked, yeah. Hell to the victors. I don't even watch football. That's college football, is it? Okay. College football. Margaret II abdicates. 52 years on the throne. Wow. And then her eldest son becomes King Frederick X. Frederick X, you know. Frederick X. Okay. Frederick X. Yeah. Frederick X. Who else is there? So she abdicated, 52 years on the throne. And this teething woman here, Taylor Swift. Boy, it's like a conveyor belt, right? Of these celebrities taking advantage of the little youth, them. That's all they are. That's all they do, right? Taylor Swift. I've got one story about Taylor Swift there as well. One sec. And they gave her police protection in the UK. Taylor Swift. She got enough money. Why can't she do her own thing? UK. Right? And also there was a bomb scare. And before she cancelled the show or do something, you know what I mean? I don't know. She could have done something like I don't know, maybe plead with the people them that's gonna try and blow up the place or something. I don't know, like maybe extra security or something. This bloody Taylor Swift, yeah, right? I don't know how much for one of them tickets, right? And we see them all Swifties in there, right? Yeah. So look at this. Look at this one, BBC. Yeah, that bloody Starmer. Number 10 denies Swift tickets were thank you to Starmer. You see? So, you know what I mean? That's like bribing politicians, you know, right? Because reason why that show wasn't supposed to happen. I understand people pay for the show and, you know, they should get back their money if anything, but it's about safety. They were gonna blow up the concert. All right, let me get my laser beam. Right there. Right. Right, that laser beam ain't kicking. So
anyone who doesn't speak another language, you've got to try Duolingo. Did you know more than half the world's population speaks more than one language? Duolingo has cracked the code, making it easier than ever to learn another language.
Come on, man.
Duolingo uses research-backed teaching methods.
Oh, Lord. Honestly. Was it Christmas? What one was it now? It might have been that one, isn't it? I can't even remember now. Taylor Swift.
Oh my God!
You know what I mean? Taylor Swift. Yeah.
Block Blast Puzzle Games. Play now.
Right. And boy, I got this man here. Right, and for 2024, Alexei Navalny, yeah, he got to be the bravest man of 2024. Navalny, yeah, Navalny. Right. Right, this guy here, Navalny. Right. Yeah, man, we have to say, you know, rest in peace to Navalny. Because he got to be the bravest man to try and take on the Russians like that, Putin and that. No, man, the man's brave bad. He got poisoned. They lock him up. How many times? I think that was when he got poisoned there. Look, you see the picture down there? All right, the CNN one. He got poisoned. They lock him up in Siberia. They beat him day and night. They let him out. He gone back on the same thing. Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, he's got to go down as the bravest. We'll give him the first spot because he lost his life. He lost his life, and you know who's gonna come second for the bravest man. You know who's gonna come second, right? You know who's gonna come second, right? You know who's gonna come second, right? But boy, it's fair to say, man, Navalny, I mean, we can check his obituary, right? I would check the Guardian then, yeah. Well, we'll check him, see what he says about him. Boy, the man, you know, when you meet, you know, this is what I'm trying to say, like, when people want to change and stuff like that, it does take your sacrifice, you know, some sort of sacrifice, you see. Ah, there's a beam back, yeah? Yeah, it takes sacrifice, you know, and this man sacrificed himself, right? Anti-corruption campaigner. And he was very critical of Putin. He was. I see the police over in Russia grab him up, and he's not throwing any punches, or you understand, but he's protesting. He's protesting, and he's mouthing off. And I'm looking at it, and you know, I had to kind of, you know, I was like, yes, yeah, you know, the man's standing up for something. You know what I mean? He's standing up for something. Agree or disagree, you know, this is the place for you, obviously, yeah. But man put his, you know, he put his life on the line, you know, plus his family. He's got his family and his wife and kids, you know what I mean? And even his wife, she suffered as well. She ain't gonna let that, you know, let that slide. Now, will my people look at people like this, right? Hold on, people. You can't see what I'm... Hold on. Sorry about that, right? Right? Will my people, yeah? Black people, them. They're not putting their life... They're putting their life on the line, right? For foolishness. Luxury goods. Right? They're putting their life on the line for Abraham. Yeah? And no matter how you tell them, research your thing, you know what I mean? If you're gonna go into something, at least research it. They don't want to know. They don't want to know. And they'll end up trying to kill you. Right? If you get in their way, they're willing to do harm to you. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to, you know, trying to save the bastards. right? So when I see people like Navalny, right, put his life on the line for his people, I've got to respect that. Laser beam. You know what I mean? You've got to respect that, right? What I don't respect is people that ain't got no love for their own people. They're sellouts, you know what I mean? You know you're out there. And you know 2025 you're still gonna be here. They sell out them. Especially in the black community. Right? So listen and learn to this one. See a real man here. Okay? Right? Right? This man deserves respect for what, you know, and I think he must have been well respected by Putin, because you know, he must respect, you know, the audacity of the man. You know, he wouldn't stop. You know, they poisoned him, you know. He still didn't stop. Right? Right? You see, repression. Even though he's repressed, it didn't stop him. He even tried to run for office himself. Right? And they said that they rigged it, right, to deny him victory. He launched a campaign as well, 2018, for presidential election. Was barred by Russia's Central Election Commission due to a prior criminal conviction. It says here in 2017 he was attacked with a spray, leaving him partially blind in one eye. 2019, Navalny fell ill in prison from what he claimed was poison. He was not only they put him in Siberia, yeah, they poisoned him on top of it. And the man, you know, when you get these, this is what I'm saying. This is real people, you know, real fighters for their people. And as I said, this must be respected. You know what I mean? You have to respect people like that. Yeah. People put their life on the line. I mean, such an adversary as Russia. Okay. So his most dramatic. You see what I'm saying? This is in his obituary. How many of you fake ones, yeah, out there? How many times is this gonna be on your record? You brush with death for your people. So this came in 2020 at the end of a political campaign trip through Siberia. This brush with death. He was taken seriously ill on a flight from Tomsk or Tomisk. I'm not sure the pronunciation. Kagdila Alashur. I know a bit of Russian, but not that much. To Moscow. His condition was so grave that the pilot made an emergency landing in Omsk, where he was rushed to a hospital. Navalny's wife and supporters asked for him to be taken to Germany, where they felt he would be better treated. You imagine that? Germany and Russia, you know, you see? Right? Bitter enemies. I was just listening to Stalingrad, the Battle of Stalingrad. Right? Bitter enemies. So he was flown to, is it Charité Hospital in Berlin, where toxicology tests showed traces of the nerve agent Novichok. Right? They poisoned him with some nuclear thing, innit? Nerve agent. A nerve agent, you know. Nerve agent. And guess what happened? The man recovered and was released from hospital after a month. So watch this now. Watch this now. He decided to convalesce, right, for several weeks in Germany. So he's just in Germany having a siesta. Yeah? Tranquilo. See? Chilling out. Then the Russian court authorities announced that if he returned late to Moscow, he would be jailed for breaking the terms of a probation order. The threat was seen as a device to deter Navalny from returning to Russia in the hope, as the authorities saw it, that in exile his influence would rapidly decline. Yes, this man was gaining ground. He was gaining ground. The Russians were like, yeah, man, this guy here, he's a hard nut, you know. He's not fake. He's not fake. Huh. How many people are gonna have these kind of things on your obituary? Yeah? Showing great courage. Defying advice from family and friends. The mission must be accomplished by any means necessary. What did he do? He flew back to Moscow in January 2021. So he's got an anti-corruption foundation, yeah, right? Publishing an investigation with pictures of a luxury multi-million-dollar mansion on the Black Sea, which they dubbed Putin's palace. Yeah, Putin's a bad man. You know, Putin, of course. He's spending his rubles, you know, right? And then, you know, Navalny, the court gives him a 2.5-year sentence, right? Again, you know, everyone protested openly, imposed sanctions, right? You know, Putin was ready to destroy him politically, right? This is Putin's foe. Never mind about what's his name, Zelensky. This man was this was the guy, Navalny, right? Navalny. So in 2022, you imagine the pressure that this man is under, and he's still going. He's not giving up, right? This is you know, a true, you know, definition of character. Okay, this is showing the character of someone. So he was sentenced to an extra 9 years on top of the 2.5 years, right? Found guilty of embezzlement and contempt of court. He was given a further 19 years in prison on extremism charges. What a guy. Yeah, man, what a guy. Well, I look like he, you know, humble beginnings as well. Born in Butin. I've never heard of these places. Obeninsk. Okay, a small town southwest of Moscow. Right, worked as a lab technician, microelectronics. Moved into timber processing factories. Father, a Ukrainian, was in the military. Right. And he's got some ties to Ukraine there. Oh dear. See him there? Yeah. Yeah, number one on the chart of the bravest man for 2024. Passed away. Navalny. You know, you have to check him out, man. You know, check out this guy here. I mean, you know, Navalny, right? Right, and you know, he had his family, right? He had his family and that, and sadly, you know, from all of that drama that he, you know, put himself, he didn't have to do it. He didn't have to do it, but the fact is, he did, and he passed away on the 16th of February, 2024. So that is a defining moment. A defining moment, right? For 2024. So that one makes that's on the list. That's on the list. I'll write that one down. That's on the list. Taylor Swift is not on the list. Yeah, Taylor Swift is not on the list. You will not be making 2024, my dear. Not with the likes of Navalny, right? Rockstone. Who's this one? Oh yeah, Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark. That was the again, I think she was so it's basketball, but I think this is college. Is it college basketball? So again, you know, I don't know. I know about basketball, but I don't know much about is this college basketball? Okay. Nevertheless, Caitlin Clark broke records in 2024, right? So she became the all-time leading scorer in NCAA basketball, surpassing Pete Maravich's record of 3,667 points. Also, she later breaks other records with the Indiana Fever of the WNBA. So that's the women's NBA, right? And her dominance helps women's basketball surge in popularity. So, you know, got to have a laser beam there, love. Laser beam. Get another one. Yeah. You know, that's good. That's good. That's good stuff. Right? As we know, sports is a tough thing, you know? It's a tough thing to do. It's a tough thing. So when people, you know, make it in sports, yeah, you have to show respect. You have to show respect. You have to show respect for that. You know what I mean? So we got the FDA, right? And what month? We must see this month. Yeah, this is March the 8th, 2024. Yeah. So this year they've approved a weight loss drug, okay, which reducing the risk of cardiovascular events in adults who have cardiovascular diseases and are either obese or overweight. So it's a weight loss drug. Controversial one. I do think a few, you know, there's been some fatalities with with this weight loss drug. So now, you know, you could be as big and fat as you is. What? Not because you're fat. So you just say, you know what? You know, I'm gonna lose some weight, you know. Oh, JTV, you going to the gym? Nah, man, I'm on the way Wegovy. Wegovy, bro. Right, I just take down my trousers and just bam, one in the batty cheek, right? You know what I mean? You see me looking, you know, slim down, you know? Me look slim, sexy, right? Right? Did you see this film, Oppenheimer? Did you? I didn't watch it myself. Oppenheimer, and that's Christopher Nolan. So, received 7 Oscars, including for Best Picture. Oppenheimer. Right. Oppenheimer. I think Oppenheimer is the man that he had something to do with the nuclear bomb, right? The nuclear bomb. So that smashed the Oscars, right? So I may have to check that out. So he gets a laser beam, doesn't he? And I think that's a British actor. So a British actor gets a laser beam. I don't know his name. I can't remember his name. This guy, but yeah, I think it was he in Peaky Blinders. Yeah, I think he's in Peaky Blinders. Right, Peaky Blinders. Huh. So they even said that they were gonna change the flag of US flags in flux. Voters in Maine reject a revised flag for Maine. So that's about a flag. That happened in March. I'm not sure how that got there. Now, I'll tell you what happened, right? Right. I don't know if you remember this one. Right. Right. You remember this?
Now again, it's just over 8 months since the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore collapsed after being struck by a cargo ship. 6 people died and the port was closed, putting thousands out of work. Tonight, a BBC documentary will explore what went on and how bridges can be made safer. Our transport correspondent Sean Dilly has the details.
More traffic on the Key Bridge. There's a ship approaching has just lost their steering. The whole bridge just
This is the moment the Baltimore in seconds the colossal ship toppled the Francis Scott Key Bridge.
What's going on, man?
got one out of the water.
Okay.
Leaving only one survivor
Rotted.
and the loss of 6 lives. As night turned to day, the extent of the damage became clear.
I remember speaking with the person who was running the operations from the court, and I said, what is the probability that we're going to find someone alive at this point? And the answer that he gave was, Governor, my professional assessment is 0.
Oh dear.
There's no chance.
A new BBC documentary has been given exclusive access to the $100 million operation to find those victims and clear the shipping channel, and see new footage of the Dali the day before it struck the Key Bridge. Investigating a power outage caused the Dali to lose control and hit the bridge. Their report found that it experienced 2 other blackouts the day before. This exclusive footage appears to show smoke from one of those blackouts. An obviously unseen angle shows the full extent of the bridge's progressive collapse. As well as the recovery, the salvage team would need to map the debris through the ship and lift 45,000 tons of steel and concrete before they could fully reopen the port, with danger at every turn.
See the other side, is it disconnected?
Yeah, it looks still connected to a beam, like a truss.
You turn left and you went underneath something. Like, you have to remember that that's where you have to come back out, otherwise you could become trapped. Everything that could make diving more difficult, it was on this job.
The mission led up to a dramatic but carefully sequenced controlled demolition, where precision explosives were placed into a series of holes cut into the wreckage to free the Dali.
We were telling people it wasn't going to be, as you see in the movies, a big explosion, but at the end of the day, it was to be a pretty big explosion.
As for the Dali, a number of lawsuits allege that poor maintenance and cost cutting caused it to lose power and hit the bridge. Its owners reject these allegations, but if settled, the total insurance claim could be over £3 billion. 8 months on, and work will soon begin to replace the fallen bridge. Protective structures will be installed to prevent another disaster. Meeting notes seen by the BBC show that the Baltimore Harbour Safety Committee had wanted underwater bollards like these for years, though they were never installed. The experts stress that improving pier protection on existing bridges is an urgent priority.
We can't let our old bridges be stuck. We can't just leave them unprotected. We're just sitting and waiting and hoping that nothing happens.
A message that will resonate around the US, where an estimated 1,500 bridges are believed to be at risk, and a message that will be heard around the world. Sean Dilley, BBC News.
Yeah, that whole thing was weird, man. Like, so you had a blackout, and then the this container ship just, what looked like it just gave it a little bang, the bridge. The whole bridge collapsed.
The record is 5 times there was resistance. 5 times it became a real fight. 5 times there was something to overcome. And he failed all 5 times. He was only in 5 fights in his life. And he's 0-5. I'm sorry. Sour grapes, because we know my history with him, right? Am I capable of that? Yeah, I'm human, yeah. But I can honestly tell you that I try to be better than that. That I've called many fights where the people in the corner, I couldn't stand them. I had no respect for them. But if they did a good job in the corner, if their fighter did a job, I talked about them like they were Ray Arcel, like they were Angelo Dundee, because that's what it was supposed to be. That's all. And it's selfish because I want to know, and I want my kids to know that the record is 5 times.
Yeah, that was is it Atlas? Is it Teddy Atlas? Teddy Atlas on his mate Tyson.
It's an exhibition. You don't know if a lawyer's a lawyer until until there's something to overcome in the courtroom. Something goes wrong, okay? I know he's a lawyer. I know he went to school. I get it. Nobody has to tell me that. But he ain't a lawyer. He ain't that. Until everything goes wrong, the judge throws all this crap out, and he is effed, so to speak. And he figures, and he still handles it. Then he's a lawyer. A doctor's not a doctor until he opens up this kid, just like he's got at home. And arteries are bleeding all over the place, and it's not in the textbook. It's not in the freaking textbook. And he got to do it. He got to figure it out. And then he's a doctor. Then he's a surgeon at that level. You are not in a fight. I admit it. I equate like.
Oh boy. So he's gonna be the second, right? So May the 30th, 2024. Donald Trump gets convicted, right? 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. He is the first former US president to be convicted of a crime. Donald Trump, y'all. Donald Trump. Right? That's definitely going to be up there. And he's my number 2 for being the bravest man. The bravest man. Not quite Navalny. Not quite. But, you know, credit given where credit's due. Right? Right? Not once. Not once, you know. Not once. Not twice. He says there 3 times. Right? Now I remember covering a story on my last channel. And I was truly shocked. I was shocked. I did have a feeling that it was going to happen or something like that, because for myself, he was too open, you know. He was too open for myself. He wasn't being, as careful. He was a bit too carefree for my liking. And so I was covering the story that day. Well, that is definitely got to be up in the top 10 of moments of 2024. Right? Trump assassination attempt. It's got to be up there. It's got to be up there. It's got to be in the top 10. It may even be in the top 5. It may be in the top 5. But again, character. Donald Trump showed a lot of character. Right? He showed a lot of character there by continuing to still go on for the presidential race, which he would go on to win. Right? Battered Harris, battered Joe, right? Sent them into hiding. So that was that definitely is going to is in the top 10 for defining moments of 2024. Donald Trump's assassination attempt. Not the first one, but it was very close. It was very close. And the whole ordeal was a catastrophe for the secret services, for democracy, for America. It was a big L. America got an L there. Sorry about all my Yankee friends. Yeah, you got a big L because, you know, here we are as leading nations. You must show and prove, but you must act in a way where you're responsible, you know, for your actions. And I mean, how could America go anywhere in the world and tell anyone about, you know, their governments this, their governments that, when someone is running for president of the country and someone picks up a gun and decides to shoot him? Right. So that was a lucky escape. As I said, he doesn't quite make the bravery list. Brave, he coming in second for continuing, but Navalny is number one on the brave chart for 2024, and Trump comes in second. Trump comes in second. Yeah, he comes in second, man.
I know that I have captivated you because I am Ric Flair, the world heavyweight champion. Whether you like it or not, I just play him, the best there is in the sport today.
Big ideas don't come easy.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, if you watch us often, you know that we have been following the journey of two astronauts that are literally stuck in space. And this morning, we're going to talk about some of the health challenges that they could be facing from being up there so long. Astronauts Suni Williams.
I mean, I've seen the films Lost in Space. There may even be a film called Outer Space. Imagine getting stuck in space. Stuck. Right? Because I covered this story as well. I covered this story. Right? Because I thought that's an amazing thing what they do. They actually send the aircraft up into space and it finds the International Space Station. Yeah. And what I even found even more interesting was when they got on board, there was Russians in there, there was Japanese, there was all different nations in there. I thought, I see. Nevertheless, stuck in space.
And Butch Wilmore have been at the International Space Station since June. Well, it was supposed to be a one-week stay, but now NASA says they may not be able to return until late March. Joining me now live to talk about the impact of that prolonged time in space is biomedical engineer Dr. John Jaquish. And John, let's begin with, first of all, thank you for joining us. But also, can you tell us about the effects of this long time being in space?
So more or less, the human body, every cell in the human body, doesn't need gravity for proper function. Without the pull of gravity of the Earth, and exactly that amount of gravity, cells don't function as well. And bone density is a perfect example of a tissue bone that begins to break down without gravitational pull. Now, doing exercise in the International Space Station to try and maintain some of that, but it's a little futile. They can protect some of the bone mass density, but for the most part, it's falling. And when they leave that space vehicle, they're not going to be in very good shape.
Let me ask you this. We've had astronauts in the past that have spent, 400 days in space before. The kinds of things that they have to engage in to keep themselves healthy and keep their bodies going and making sure that everything runs smoothly. What are we talking about? Different kinds of exercises?
No matter how, the planets, okay? No matter how they show us to stay on Earth and stop coming up here, right? They will keep continuing. And they're going to continue until, right? The planets are going to lose it, okay? And just get rid of them, right? Because look how far you've gone up there now to go and trouble the planets. You already mash up this one, so you want to go up there now and mash up theirs. They don't want that to happen. Yeah? You think these things ain't conscious? You think they don't know what's going on? There's things in place. Right? There's things in place where, for an example, you can't just walk on these planets, can you? So what is that showing you? That you're not supposed to be there. Okay? You're not welcome. You must admire the search, and I mean to send a rocket up and then to connect with a station, and even to have a international station up there, right? Is amazing. It is amazing, right? But now these people are stuck out there, stuck in space. Okay, and now he's gonna be, obviously it's gonna take a devastating effect on the body. But let's see what's gonna happen to them. Let's hear what this man's gonna say about them keeping healthy, keeping their bodies going.
Physical therapy up there. What do they do?
So there is a system that they have called ARED. It's an acronym. I apologize, not familiar with exactly what that stands for, but it's a system that emulates regular weight training. So they get an experience that's similar to regular weight training for sustained period throughout the day. They're focused on having to do quite a bit of exercise on that system, because when they're at rest, it's different than being at rest on Earth because of the lack of gravity. So they have to put a lot of load through the body. And the problem is this system emulates weightlifting on Earth, which, if you look around at most people who spend time exercising, doesn't work very well.
Yeah. I was wondering, you're obviously a bodybuilder, I can tell by the size of your shoulders. So, you know what you're doing.
More like the size of his head.
Do you think any changes should be made with the routines that they go through up there?
Well, I wrote a book called Weightlifting is a Waste of Time, because the human body has a lot of capability in very specific positions and very diminished capability in other specific positions. So they'd be better if they loaded the body with like variable resistance, so more force put through the muscle and bone where the body is more capable of, less force where they are less capable, so it's of sort of uniform difficulty. That would be better, and I'm sure after these extended space flights, these talking points will be taken a little more seriously. But also, one needs to keep in mind these are U.S. astronauts, and they're very highly trained.
Yeah.
So the panic is not a thing they do.
Yeah,
They,
no,
they're trained. They trained for years to do this.
Yeah, let me ask you this. Okay, we've talked about the physical effects on the body. What about the mental effect on these people being stuck up there this long when they didn't expect to be?
That's probably the biggest difference. When people here are worried about them, they're thinking about the challenges of frailty in aging. Aging research, a lot of really important aging research has been done with astronauts with extended space flights because it emulates a very rapid aging type experience. Or being like bedridden for years at a time is very similar to just only a few weeks in space. So we learn from that, but they're so highly conditioned. They know exactly what's going on in the body, and they signed up for this. They're fine with it, and they know when they get back to Earth, they're probably going to leave the space vehicle on a stretcher or in a wheelchair, and they're going to begin to recondition. It might take them 6 months to be fully functional and healthy again, but they'll do it.
Wow, that is amazing. 6 months. Had no idea.
Yes.
All right, well, Dr. John Jaquish, thank you so much, sir, for your time and your expertise.
You see? So you see what I mean? So 6 months. 6 months, you know. So that's to get your body back together. 6 months. You see? So it takes a toll on your body. Right? Because space don't want you up there. Right? They may not just come out with no laser beam or nothing like that, but you know, they don't want you up there. Right? The planets don't want you up there if you haven't caught on yet. Right? I'm gonna show you another guy. All right, show you another guy now, who also has suffered.
Please support our work at democracynow.org.
When I mean suffered, I mean if you're locked up for something, for example, Assange. Now, have a good look at him. All right, Julian Assange, the WikiLeaks man. His wife, you see his wife is there. They locked this man up for so long, right? And for all you that don't really know, sometimes when they let you out of prison, they've already put what they've put into your food and all that, yeah? Some people come out stronger, but some people don't come out strong. You ever wondered why? Okay, especially if you go in there and, you know, maybe you may be guilty in the eyes of some people, but you're not guilty. You know, I don't think he deserved that. Julian Assange, for trying to spread, you know, like information. So he's free, but that still doesn't give him back them years that he's lost with his missus and his family. And you can see like his body's mash up. You know, Julian Assange. So I guess this is his speech after being released from prison.
security Belmarsh prison in London in June. He addressed the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and France about his 14-year legal saga after publishing evidence of U.S. war crimes in Iraq and Afghanistan. Assange was freed from the prison in London after pleading guilty to a U.S. charge of obtaining and disclosing national security material. Assange's legal odyssey included house arrest for a year, 7 years, taking refuge in the cramped Ecuadorian embassy in London under political asylum, and then the Belmarsh prison. At the time he pled guilty, Assange was fighting extradition to the United States, where he faced up to 175 years in prison. Today marked the first time the world has heard Assange's voice since British police raided the Ecuadorian embassy in 2019 and took him out. This is Julian Assange.
The transition from years of confinement in a maximum security prison to being here before the representatives of 46 nations and 700 million people is a profound and a surreal shift. The experience of isolation for years in a small cell is difficult to convey. It strips away one's sense of self, leaving only the raw essence of existence. I am yet not fully equipped to speak about what I have endured, the relentless struggle to stay alive, both physically and mentally, nor can I speak yet about the deaths by hanging, murder, and medical neglect of my fellow prisoners. I apologize in advance if my words falter or if my presentation lacks the polish you might expect from such a distinguished forum. Isolation has taken its toll.
Shout out to Belmarsh prison. So, well, I do remember when Jeffrey Archer went behind closed doors, and Jeffrey Archer was in there, and you know, Jeffrey Archer helping the inmates, you know, I think he was doing classes, you know, writing classes and stuff like that. But to have a man like Julian Assange, I know 100%, when Julian Assange walked into Belmarsh, there was a round of applause. There was a round of applause. Right, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. And it become his family. Become his family in there. Right, we can see the devastating effect that it's had on this man. Right? Still here. So Julian Assange will make the list. He will make the list. A similar character to Navalny, right? Similar, but more of a tech, a kind of nerd guy, yeah, trying to fight the establishment. Rifle. Yeah, man. So you know, I even done a little. What's this year? They were what was it? It was I think it was somewhere near Bank Station, and they were I've done a couple of interviews with people supporting Assange, you know. Right? Shout out to, you know, the people them, you know. And they finally, you know, freed him, but you know, I wonder what, you know, he don't look well at all, you know. And where you can get over things physically, the mental damage, you know, tearing a man away from his family. I mean, you know, it shows character. It shows character. You see, so Yeah, you know, he gets a laser beam. Yeah, he gets a laser beam. Julian Assange, defining moment of 2024. It's one of them. So let's listen on. Let's listen on.
Which I am trying to unwind, and expressing myself in this setting is a challenge. However, the gravity of this occasion and the weight of the issues at hand compel me to set aside my reservations and speak to you directly. I have travelled a long way, literally and figuratively, to be before you today. Before our discussion or answering any questions you might have, I wish to thank PACE for its 2020 resolution, which stated that my imprisonment set a dangerous precedent for journalists and noted that the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture called for my release. I'm also grateful for PACE's 2021 statement, expressing concern over credible reports that US officials discussed my assassination, again calling for my prompt release. And I commend the Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee for commissioning a renowned rapporteur, Suna Iversdottir, to investigate the circumstances surrounding my detention and conviction and the consequent implications for human rights.
You see, now one of the footage what I saw on WikiLeaks was the footage from Iraq, and I think a journalist well, you know, didn't end too well after the helicopter rained bullets. Riflemen. It was a war crime. It was a war crime. It was a war crime. Okay. All right. It was a war crime. And so now he even said, you know, they found out, you know, and that's kept quiet. They never said nothing much about that, did they? You know, this assassination attempt. What, you know, you see, right? This is a journalist, you know, right? And a journalist that was spreading information that was very important for the public to be seeing. All right. So for all that Julian Assange has done, you know, it's a great day. It was a great year for that he got freed. Although it could be in better circumstances, as I said, the man's mental and physical well-being has been jeopardized. And he's still here. So he definitely makes the list. So we got Trump, Assange, Navalny, right? And you had your basketball fanatics, you know, you got your Boston Celtics, they won the NBA, right? China, they've sent a probe up to the moon, okay? Right, but they're not gonna make it into the list, okay? And neither is Taylor Swift. Rifleman. Let's listen a little bit more here and we jump into the next story.
However, like so many of the efforts made in my case, whether they were from parliamentarians, presidents, prime ministers, the Pope, UN officials and diplomats, unions, legal and medical professionals, academics, activists, or citizens, none of them should have been necessary. None of the statements, resolutions, reports, films, articles, events, fundraisers, protests, and letters over the last 14 years should have been necessary. But all of them were necessary because without them, I never would have seen the light of day. This unprecedented global effort was needed because the legal protections that did exist, many existed only on paper, were not effective in any remotely reasonable time. I eventually chose freedom over unrealizable justice after being detained for years and facing a 175-year sentence with no effective remedy. Justice, for me, is now precluded as the US government insisted in writing into its plea agreement that I cannot file a case at the European Court of Human Rights or even a Freedom of Information Act request over what it did to me as a result of its extradition request. I want to be totally clear. I am not free today because the system worked. I am free today after years of incarceration because I pled guilty to journalism. I pled guilty to seeking information from a source. I pled guilty to obtaining information from a source. And I pled guilty to informing the public what that information was. I did not plead guilty to anything else. I hope my testimony today can serve to highlight the weaknesses of the existing safeguards and to help those whose cases are less visible but who are equally vulnerable. As I emerge from the dungeon of Belmarsh, the truth now seems less discernible, and I regret how much ground has been lost during that time period, how expressing the truth has been undermined, attacked, weakened, and diminished. I see more impunity, more secrecy, more retaliation for telling the truth, and more self-censorship. It is hard not to draw a line from the US government's prosecution of me, its crossing the Rubicon by internationally criminalizing journalism, to the chilled climate for freedom of expression that exists now.
WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange speaking publicly for the first time since he was released from the Belmarsh prison in London in June. Assange addressed the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe in Strasbourg, France, about his 14-year legal saga after publishing evidence of U.S. war crimes in Iraq and Afghanistan. He was sitting next to his wife, the attorney Stella Assange. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/give.
All right. Yeah, so Assange, Assange, yeah, definitely is going to make the list. Definitely. Okay. So much has happened, this year. So much has happened, and, I didn't remember Assange. That did miss me. That did miss me. So I did need a kind of guideline to use. So I'm using the Britannica, and I'm sure there's been many other events that's happened. Right, many events that's not going to make the list at this point. But it depends on what kind of level. But we're going off from Britannica. Okay. So we're back to Trump again. Now, for me, it's looking like Trump's going to be up in the top 5, right? Up in the top 5. Okay. For his tremendous victory over Kamala Harris. Right? because obviously Joe Biden, he pulled out, didn't he? He pulled out the 2024 race, right? He for myself, later on in the year, he's gonna make the list for poor judgments, right? And showing the criminal that he is. Yeah, is the pardoning of his son. Yes. And he's also a war criminal. He was allowing Ukraine to send long-range missiles into Russian territory. Rifleman. Yeah, you are not gonna forget about this man here, this war criminal. Right? And for those that
It's not a hobby.
him, might
It's
as well
your
say they were
empire.
accomplice to a
President Biden, you would be 86
Gotcha.
at the end of your
War
second
criminal.
term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest.
Oh boy! I mean, you know, did you see Trump's face there? Did you see his face when he said that? He was the youngest. You know, not the question, but he's looking down here. Look, he's out of it. All right, look at the reporter's face. Look, eye contact, Joe. Yeah. But he had enough sense to pardon his son. Yeah, he had the memory to pardon his son, and also the ability to sign paperwork, right? To allow Ukraine, right, to send missiles into Russia. On his way out. And again, they're around at this time. Yeah, they're around at this time. I'm kind of maybe a bit jumping from, but okay, let me run that. But hold on. Did you see this? Huh. Boy, I tell you, I never see anything so wicked in my life. Yeah. Now it's fair to say, yes, he's responsible. Responsible, you know, not the only one that was set on fire this year. You know, we also can talk about the Ugandan Olympian. That was a tragic affair. Her boyfriend set her on fire, and she sadly passed away. So a moment of silence for those that really went through some gruesome times. I mean, what shocked me was exactly the this picture here, right? This picture here with the so the person is on fire, right? The person's on fire and no one's helping her. And then the nail in the coffin, a policeman just strolls along by. I mean, it's sickening. Okay, right? So there you got the monster there, right there, right? He's one of them that come over the border. Yeah, the border that's supposed to be secure by the border czar. The border czar. Yeah, Kamala Harris. Listen, she's quiet now. How stupid are you people that was trying to vote for this woman, right? Look what Navalny done. He put his life on the line for his people. That's what you want as a leader. Character. That woman have no character whatsoever. Where is she? Where's Camilla? Never mind where's Wally. Where's Kamala? Yeah, she's all right. She's all right. Yeah, she's okay. How about you? How is the situation with yourself? Right? So this is another defining moment that's happened within, the last month or so, or weeks, I should say. Was it last week? Okay, there's so many things happening this year. Okay. Right? But you see, it is when the ship is going down, the captain, right, leads everybody off, okay, and the captain stands at the helm with the salute and goes down with the vessel. Now, what you have now is all these unscrupulous characters, right, like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, right? It would just walk away without no punishment. Walk away without no punishment for all the stuff that they've done to the American people. And there's some still out there still fighting down Trump. Now give the man a chance. Give the man a chance. Okay. Now I'm not admiring Trump's past records, new record. I don't know the guy. But for character, he's shown a bit of character more than Joe Biden and Harris by the assassination and still continuing. Right? Okay. And he wants to do something about this. He's got a problem with this illegal migration. Now people are going to say, well, you're a migrant yourself. Yeah, but, well, I had to show my passport when I come through. Right? I had to pay my money. Right? Can you imagine? I didn't get nothing. I had to go find my money. I had to go, rent. Some of these people coming here, they're getting hotels. Right? While the pensioners, as we speak, are freezing cold in their home. They're not the only ones. Wait till I reach Keir Starmer. This is just the start of things. Watch. They mash down my other channel because you see? Or mash this one down too and I'll make another one. How about that? Joe Biden's responsible for all this. He is. Believe it or not, Ripley. Let's see what he was. Oh gosh. Let's see what he's saying here. Look at the state of this man. Look at the interviewer. Hey, look at him. Was he looking down on a bit of paper or something? But watch Trump's face.
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest.
I mean,
this guy's 3 years younger, a lot less competent.
This is what I mean by character. I mean, he's fed up with this guy. He's fed up. Character-wise, I would more want to work with Trump than Biden. I wouldn't want to work with someone like that. I'm sorry. How could you vote for someone like that? A defining moment in 2024 is Trump's year. It's Trump's year. You know, but out of respect, Navalny's getting the the bravery award. He's getting the bravery award. You know, Navalny, Alexis Navalny. But this is Trump's year. Believe you me.
Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82. What do you say to
He's not young, you know.
2 years younger, a lot less confident.
Former President Trump?
Look at his face. Look. Now, again, you know, he worked very hard, Trump. I done a video of him and his new haircut. You know, and you know, I was there and I even said, you know, I said, boy, at least he's trying, you know. You know, I can't fight someone that's trying, you know. He's an 82-year-old man. And he's like, well, let me go and get my hair, you know. It's amazing. Give him a chance. Can't be any worse than this guy here. Look at this, look at him. Look at the look on his face. Okay, my belief is, you know, black people shouldn't be in, you know, a white man's country as gonna run for no president. No way, no way. We got our own continent there, waiting for all of us. Okay, but we're more busy, want to be in, you know, worrying, trying to make the you know, no. Let them run their country. It's their country, right? When they're ready, they tell you to go on back home, son. Yeah. I love it when they do that. I'm like, yeah, I can't wait. You see? But white man for run white man country, Chinese man to run Chinese country, Indian for run Indian. Leave them to it. Probably you never heard of it. You see? But what you must do is gather your information. Gather your information and look and see how can you run things better, right? You don't want to be getting into this kind of politics here, right? Okay, so for myself, I can look on the fence and just be interested and watch. You understand and say, okay, that's how they're doing their thing, right? But in my humble opinion, right, Trump ain't getting enough respect for what he's been through this year and for what he has accomplished. It's truly remarkable. But I may add, Trump wouldn't have a chance if he had a proper, strong, you know, real politician that was for the people. You see, he played them at their own game, right? Right? He's 82 years old. He's not a spring chicken. Not a spring chicken. Right? He's not a spring chicken. So kind of got to give him respect for, you know, what he's done, getting out there and, you know, climbing garbage trucks, going into McDonald's. He didn't have to do any of that kind of stuff. People are going to say, oh, well, it was for, you know, it was a media campaign. Yeah, that's what it's all about. What do you think it's about? Now, this man here on the right is a war criminal. Yeah? Okay? He's a war criminal. That's what he is. His son's a crackhead, and he pardoned him. How about that? And all the dodgy businesses they got going on down in Ukraine. Chill out, man. Right? It's a thief. Gangster. That's all they are. Right? And then on the flip side of that, how could Trump even be able to be in a presidential race and he get 34 convictions? That as well is, so that's just showing you that the system is, you know, it's just showing you. That's why you mustn't get involved. How about you going, you know, let's all get back to business, taking care of our people and making sure stuff like this don't happen down in our place. You understand? People get punished. Yeah? It's all about punishment. Right? These people move away from their 10 commandments. I'm not the Christian here, you know. Right? I'm not the Jewish one. I'm not the Muslim. It's them. Why don't they stick to their to the righteous laws? You see? They don't do it. You see? Because they want to be able to not be punished for their actions. And then for our thing to work, that can't go on. Man gonna get punished for, you understand? A man won't even do nothing because man knows the punishment. A woman knows the punishment. You see? It's not on a unequal basis, it's an equal basis. You understand? It's not unequal like what these guys get up to. Okay? But their system is based on that. You know? America's system based on the UK system based on Rome system based on Greek system based on Egyptian, you know what I'm saying? So it always comes back to down back to Africa. But again, moving forward, we should just be gathering information, saying, right, that when this is going to be like this is going to be like our soap opera. We watch this as a soap opera. You see what I'm saying? That can't happen when you're going to build a nation for people. Can't happen. What's going on in America cannot go on. Right? If we're going to be successful as a people. You understand?
To follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it, but he can hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know, if I didn't do well, I aced them.
We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
He did do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be.
You know, and then he let out, Biden let out boy, he let out some. Watch here. What? Where is this? Let's got to pause that because what? Watch him face. All crook. Right? So, US President Joe Biden has commuted the sentences of 37 out of 40 federal death row inmates, switching their penalties to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Rifle. I got them. I got this. Right? And the three that were excluded from the measure included the Boston Marathon bomber and a man, who in 2018 worshippers of Judaism were sadly what? Okay, what? So he's saying now he's more convinced than ever that we must stop the use of the death penalty at the federal level. Oh, okay. All right. So he's let out some prisoners there. All right. Let's see what else he's got to say over here. Let's see.
It could be a bloodbath.
On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States?
Look at his face. He looked like he wants to have a punch up with Trump, and Trump would just knock him out. Honestly, go sit down.
We were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible.
Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he had me, because I was his opponent. Russia would have never attacked if I were president.
Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. Unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level, because the people...
You see? Yeah, it backfired. Right? It backfired. That was the only way that they could try to derail his presidential election campaign. And that's not fair either. Why weren't they doing that? If they were doing their job properly, then Trump wouldn't even be nowhere, you know, it wouldn't even be relevant. And there's no disrespect to you, Trump. I'm just saying, these people they've been in politics for over decades. They've been in politics for decades. And they've done nothing. All them decades that they've done nothing apart from, you know, just to destroy their country that they got over there. Okay, also destroy the world as well. Okay, the ripple effects. All right, so halfway here. Well, we kind of know what happened, but you got to really look at this man. He still doesn't get it, you know. These people are dangerous in charge, you know. People that don't want to listen or own up to their mistakes. You know what I mean? He thinks he was doing well. Even Stevie Wonder can see that America's has dipped. It's dipped. The UK has dipped. The whole world has dipped. Right? And then you got someone, you know, saying that it is up. It's up. No, it's down. Right? The only thing that's up is the bloody prices and the tax and the immigration numbers. Right?
People understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there was all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea if you lose again, you accept anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time. The only person at this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up on Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. This was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept.
Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all.
What I mean?
And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic. Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery, World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser. I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. First time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders want the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous.
He can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen. Democrat.
Boy, I mean, honestly, man, how can people really? Why not push for, education, contraception, or some other avenue, right? You see? No, they're gone for the big A, the big A. For myself, when I saw that from Harris, who has no children, who's childless, has no place to be talking about taking, the life of babies. We understand in certain circumstances this man, but this must be used really, really only in certain situations. This thing can't be just rolled out. Okay, this is what I'm trying to say. The punishment, they got it all twisted. You see, right? It's a hot mess. It's a hot mess. It is. It's a hot mess. But he's gonna get even hotter in a minute. I'll tell you that much. Wait, hey, what's my next video?
A Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late abortion, period. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach in your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. So what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do.
That is another thing where I didn't really see many people kind of really looking into, Trump's administration, just like Boris Johnson, was marred by the pandemic. I don't think anyone really knew what was going on, apart from those who, shall we say, planned it or orchestrated it. Right, so most of all the leaders that were doing their thing around that time, that is that's something to not be forgotten, right? But I mean, this country made lots of mistakes. They made lots of mistakes. I don't think Trump done that bad in the in the pandemic. I may have to do a show on that. But I mean, It was a difficult situation for any leader.
15,000 new jobs. We brought out a position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, but there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble.
We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929.
So that was the debate between Trump and Biden. Well, let's head back home. Right, let's head back home. All right, it's going to be a defining moment of 2024. Okay, the London Riot speak.
In Southport,
it's an act of violence that shattered the peace of the summer holidays in a seaside town.
3 girls were killed.
B.B. King, Elsie Stankham and Elise Agia.
However, 186,000 Palestinians have been killed, most of them are children. Do you see us burning every synagogue that supports the Israeli regime?
Another fire, another night of chaos.
Anti-immigration rioters attack a hotel in Rotherham.
Do you see us holding innocent people responsible?
Crowds clashing with police outside a hotel where immigrants are being housed.
Yeah, you don't. We're coming in peace. And imagine our anger. Imagine how we feel every day in Chechnya, in Syria, Iraq, Palestine, Kashmir, Mali, Libya, everywhere. We see our children killed. We don't behave in a manner that you see these hooligans behaving in because they don't care for their girls. They're here for violence. They're here because they hate us.
There's DIY, and there's doing it yourself. It's the difference between being creative and being a creator. Between a homemade recipe and a household name. Between a daydream and a dream job. It's your business, your hard work. You do it yourself. Create your website on Wix.
A black Christian man born in Wales killed them girls.
Axel Rudakabana is 17, British, born in Wales and of Rwandan heritage.
But who they're directing their anger at? They're directing it at Muslims only. Why? Why? Because their agenda is anti-Islam, straight up. This is our fucking country, not fucking theirs.
I'm here to save the kids. The children have been murdered. There's been a massacre on the street.
They've got the target little white girls all over the country. Let's call a spade a fucking spade.
It's like Russian roulette at this point. Which one's going to be next? No one questions why BLM were out. No one questions why Palestine are out. We're saving the kids. We're stopping the boats. We're closing the borders. Look how mad we've all gone. This is real women. This is lionesses. This is the lion roar. I'm not racist and I don't give a fuck what you say.
Then who's trying to kill our kids?
Policies that politicians put in place, yeah?
Stop the boats! Stop the boats! Stop the boats! Stop the boats!
All of us far right. We're not far right. We're all fathers and parents of children. These immigrants are coming in without paperwork, lying about their ages. We don't know nothing about the background, and that's what it's about.
We don't want to be branded far right. You know, we're here for the right reasons. I want my kids to know I didn't stay silent. Leave our kids alone.
It's about children that have lost their lives in this city, and we're passionate about that up here.
We're not racist. We've got Muslim friends. Our country has benefited from migration. However, it's just getting overwhelming. We're a very small island. It's become a security risk.
Religion means fuck all, lads. I'm not arsed. This is about people coming in. They could be Christians from Somalia, wherever, and they're fucking wrong-uns. That's what it is. We're letting wrong-uns in. This is not religious. That's bollocks. Fucking bollocks. This is about the wrong-uns they're letting in. You could be a Christian, you could be whatever. You're coming in, you've got no intention of fucking helping the country. You're here to cause trouble. You're here to take and thieve and steal. You're here to stay for nothing. So, unfortunately, that's a no-no. There's 50,000 people here on an MI6 list, isn't there? Start with them. Get rid of them. Get rid of the people who are killing kids, raping kids. Get rid of them.
Stop the boats. Kick them out.
There's too many of you here. You don't respect our country, you don't respect our religion. All you think about is Aisha, because she was 9 years old. That's what you're all into. Paedophilia.
Listen, this is a message for George Soros. Yeah, Britain will never fall. We don't care how many globalists, yeah. George Soros, yeah. You globalist scumbags, yeah. Import as many of them as you want, yeah. Guess what? Rights will prevail, yeah.
This world is so corrupt. Labour's supposed to love the Northwest, supposed to be for the working class. They've stabbed the real people who have got real concerns. They've stabbed a lot of us in the back. And we're supposed to stand here and let everybody call us right-wing and Nazis. I've got Asians in my family. I ain't racist one bit. What I am is scared of this government.
We've now got two-tier Kia coming on the news and having the audacity to call the general public far right.
I utterly condemn the far-right thuggery we've seen this weekend.
I've seen all this coming. No one wanted it. We tried to warn about it, and I'm still going to try and warn about it. I don't want to fight anybody. We don't want wars with Muslims. I don't think it's a good idea attacking mosques at all. I'm not a conservative either. I'm not an anarchist. I want a decent party that cares about the people. That's all we want. Every person, doesn't matter where you're from.
Okay, so if Tories weren't the answer, Labour wasn't the answer, who is?
I'm not a politician and I'm thick as pig shit, but I can talk to people. I've never been to school. I can only write my own name, but I've got an heart as big as a lion, and I'll stand there against anybody for the sake of our country. People need to wake up against Labour. These are the rats. We're not racist. We're scared.
Yeah, branches.
Everybody out there who's not active, who's not on this street now, get out there and act. Don't call yourself a man unless you're out here. Don't call yourself a man. Simple as that. You don't fight for your country. You don't push back the invaders. You're not a man. If we don't fight now, it's into our kids having to fight, and they're not going to win it. They're not going to win the fight. So I don't want the violence. Try and do it peacefully. But this has to be the final straw where there's a clear message sent to those in charge that you either step up or you step aside now. I was in Southport on Tuesday.
Police tried to keep apart a group of far-right protesters and a much larger anti-fascist counter-protest.
The media absolutely corrupt. They lied. There wasn't a single member of the EDL there. There weren't a member of the far right there. There was little girls, older women. There was older men. There was young men, middle-aged men, outraged at what the government allowing to happen to us. What the government's allowing this cancer to do to us. This cancer that's grown within our nation. We need to stop it.
My children are abused by social services and Merseyside police. The poverty law. They've got a hidden criminal gang that won't be released to the public. On the BBC, the media, the lies. The media is the virus.
Much like at protests in the United States, a line of riot police who sustained minor injuries throughout the course of the day had formed a sort of demilitarized zone between nationalist stop-the-boats protesters and an equally counter-protest of mostly left-leaning Liverpool locals who showed up in person to confront a mob of who they believe to be far-right racist protesters.
They're all that. Yeah, we need the dancers. They're not interested in like children or kills in Southport. They just want to cause a fight. We're a multicultural city, a city of sanctuary, and I hope they get lost.
What do you think the solution is? Throw them all into the sea. That's what the champ says.
Solution is, well, to get rid of capitalism and have a social society, and then these people will be catered for, not blaming it on fucking immigrants and refugees and what have you. They've obviously got issues because they've been let down, no centres, no doctors, no housing. Like, that's not immigrants or refugees' fault. That's the fault of this fucking government.
Despite this frontline tension, it appeared that the vast majority of counter-protesters weren't actually interested in having a direct confrontation with English nationalists, and instead had organized their own rally at nearby St. George's Hall in support of migrants and refugees.
Oh, someone just got married. Oh. See, this is Liverpool, and the far right is trying to threaten that.
A quick explanation, what happened in Southport?
Obviously, I mean, there was a horrible attack in which 3 children lost their lives. What happened instead was a massive lie about the identity attacker, which was, led by the likes of Tommy Robinson.
After murdering and raping and pillaging 1,400 Jews, look how confident they become across the entire West.
Of Lawrence Fox, of other far-right people online.
An undocumented migrant decided to go to a Taylor Swift dance class today and stab 6 little girls.
Also the likes of Nigel Farage is complicit.
We will only stop this if we start deporting people that come illegally.
This led people in Southport racist and far-right people to feel emboldened to come out on the street and to attack a mosque that had no connection.
Wix. One platform. Any website. Unlimited creation.
To the identity of the attacker. I think it's also important to say that even if the attacker was a Muslim or a migrant, or the things that they were lying about, it still does not license the far-right attacks on communities we've seen around Britain. So people around the country today are actually protesting. I think, people here feel a part of something bigger. In Manchester, they got pushed back this morning. In Liverpool, we pushed them back outside the mosque last night. People who are proud to stand in multicultural Britain, and the far right's trying to correct that.
I don't think there is anything special about what's happening in the UK. I think it's a reflection of what's happening internationally, in that you've got a crisis of capitalism, living standards for, in society going hill, just a general crisis of the system. Far-right groups, obviously what they do is they latch on to the deep anger that exists. They build in the most important areas of the country, and they basically try and divert that anger away from class struggle.
You see, but to be fair, he don't mention, the concerns, a lot of the concerns, right? Okay, with these 3 children, right? And a moment of silence for them and Navalny, and for all those that have passed away. You've lost family members. I lost my grandma this year, and so a moment of silence. Now, there is some truth, right? Now, when they say where there's smoke, there's fire. Riflemen. Now, there is a problem. My problem is, right, that I find myself in the middle, okay, because I'm not a partaker in Abrahamic religions, politics, and stuff like that. But I find myself in a position where I'm in the middle, okay? I'm in the middle of all this going on. Now, there is aspects of Islamophobia, yes, there is. There is far-right groups in the UK, yes, there is. Failures of the government, yes, there is. But what I don't like is people are not taking responsibility for their actions. Now, when it's got to boiling point, because there's some areas in the UK, right, that there's certain crimes going on, right, and it's involving young white girls and Asian men, and that's a fact. Now, I'm not saying that they're the only ones preying on the young, right? They're not the only ones, okay? So that is a problem. Tommy Robinson, he said that he was for the people, and he ran away. He's not like Navalny. Shout out to Navalny every time. He's not a Navalny, okay? Because he's talking about immigrants, but yet still he's gone abroad. Yes, you've gone abroad to another country. So let's get something clear. Yeah? When it comes to equal racism, yeah? Let me show you how it's gonna go then. If that's what you want, but it's not gonna work another way. Okay. Muslim must stay in Muslim country. I agree. Christians should stay in Christian country. I agree. White man should stay with white. Yes, I agree. People should stay with them own. Yes, I agree. Black man should go back to Africa. Absolute rifleman. But you stay to your country. Don't come. Don't come. I don't want to see you lot down there. You stay where you are. We stay where we are. You can't work both ways. You see, so you got a lot of fake business going on. You see, one-sided kind of business. It's one-sided. It's one-sided. This man's he's a communist. Speaking sense, but he's a communist. Why you don't go to a communist country then? Right? Yes, the UK is a so-called Christian country, but that came from Rome. So UK is not a no, they're not really. No, if a UK man, I have more respect for a man saying he's a Druid. Yeah, if it's a Druid, I say, well, you know what I mean. That's more keeping to your ancestral history. Nevertheless, they're following Rome, okay, and we know what the Roman Church done. When it concerning to children, but this is what the world is like today. I don't understand how people come from, say, are very deeply religious, and would leave your country that is religious and then go to another country and try to change that country into, I don't get that. I don't get that. I mean that don't make no sense. So what I'm saying is, okay, there was 3 young girls tragically taken away by a black brother. Yes. Right? I so shame when I see that. Right? And I can only apologize for that. Right? On the behalf of my people, because, again, it's about representation. You see, it's representation. Okay? So, punishment, in the right way, okay, in the right way, okay, would be administered very swiftly, okay, right, but that's nobody else's business. No one else don't touch him. We deal with him, okay, right. But again, if we're gonna set shop back home, right, we're gonna have punishment that suits the crime, right? Punishment that suits the crime. So things like that won't happen because people know what the punishment's going to be, right? So there's simmering tensions, and guess who's getting the brunt of it? Yeah, guess who's getting the brunt of it? Yeah, the black man are getting the brunt of it. Okay, but this is a ongoing issue in the UK, right? And I think they need to sit around the table and sort out their differences. You understand? They need to sort out their differences. Will it happen? No, it won't. It won't happen. It won't happen because these people are in charge because people are busy smashing the place up. Okay, people are venting their anger. Okay, but again, what I'm saying is, if you don't want no one to come to your country, so that rule must be applied as well to other countries. So you're not allowed there. Check. Right? We're living in unfair times, you see. So this is going to happen. There's nothing you can do about it. The change is coming. That's why it's so erratic. That's why it's so sacrificial at the moment. Okay, but the time's up. The time's up. But the new phase coming in, is going to be very different from what it is now. Right? It's going to be very different. So let's listen on to the rest of this. So UK Rights makes a top 10 for 2024. For myself, definitely up there. So it's in the 10. I'm gonna write down the list in a minute, or at the end of the show, I'm gonna write down the list. Okay, I'm gonna have my list of events, but this is gonna be in the top 10.
Struggle against the bosses and against, first the Tories and now Labour, and they rile a lot of very young people up, young men up with very toxic ideas, and they send them out to go and attack migrant communities. You know, that's a real threat we have to take seriously. And if the left doesn't have a convincing alternative that's based around mass struggle, that's based around fighting back in that kind of way, the far right seeps in. You've seen it in France. I think the end game of these far right groups is obviously to just create a society where there's mass expulsions of migrant workers. I mean,
we need to tell those people the alternative march. We need to get truth through to them. And that's important. You know, it's all right, Steve. We're suffering the rages of capitalism. We're suffering the rages of, well, you know, if Tony Blair didn't go and cause a fucking war in Iraq, or at least support that fucking war, if we weren't selling bombs to everyone across the planet, those people wouldn't be being bombed out their homes and having their land just stolen from them because of oil, because of agriculture, because of water and everything else. They'd be happily sitting in their homes, most of them, and they wouldn't be running to anywhere they can possibly get to save their children being blown to fucking smithereens. That's why, and I don't get it why people don't get that. If you have a problem with immigration, I'd have respect for you if you went out on marches and told the government enough is fucking enough. No more bombing or creating wars in other places. And if we are this powerful country, and you are genuinely these powerful politicians, take on these other fuckers across the planet and negotiate with them and create peace. It's not going to be easy, but you can at least fucking try.
We need to tackle all these problems. We need to transform society to a socialist one and create like a society where wealth is shared more equally amongst the people that create it, which is the majority of the working class people, you know, the capitalists who own everything. They pit us all against each other along the lines of like race, being LGBT, men and women, you know what I mean? Like we're all divided, so we're coming together, but more importantly a sharing of like all of the wealth in the world will kind of do away with that sort of racism, and it's not an easy task, but yeah, that's why we're here. Like, yeah, people are obviously angry and they're all out together, so we want to like reach those people.
You know, it's a hard battle.
You know, I know it's kind of like big task, and I know it's not easy, but I think like, you know, like when we fight together, we can achieve like real change. Yeah.
Cool. You know, we need to build a new party that will like fight to defend the interests of working class people. You know, the fact that our NHS is in such a bad state, rather than blaming that on migrants, let's enter into struggle to fight back against the private companies that are making huge profits. You know, I think the real answer is class struggle. You know, uniting as a working class to fight for all of our interests, whether you're a migrant worker, British born. You know, it's about building that working class solidarity.
I believe in living in a kingdom that's good and true.
Shortly after the Stop the Boats protest and counter-protest both dispersed, threats were reported to have been made online by members of the right-wing English Defence League targeting a nearby mosque, prompting a standing army of Arab teenagers to assemble with the purpose of standing on business in the event of catastrophe. Well, not all teenagers, but mostly teenagers. In front of the mosque is where guest reporter Sanjay spoke to those youths at the beginning of the video, but there were also many other older community members who showed up to express support and solidarity.
But we cannot tolerate racism in this country. We are totally against EDL in their principles, in their foundations. They don't want any Muslims to be in this country. This country needs us. There is no these people here. The police.
Relax.
It makes me feel angry.
I get frustrated. But because I am Muslim, I have to be calm about this. No, I have to be calm. Allahu Akbar. Takbir. Yeah, man. The soldiers, the lions of Allah are all out today.
We've come to stand up against these EDL fascists that have come to our town and that are telling us that how their towns may be run when most of them are all junkies, smackheads, crackheads, and they're not contributing to this community or this society. How are the government letting people like this come here and cause a disturbance? We've got to stand up to them. We've got to show them that we're not scared of them. We ain't backing down from no one.
It's fucking the low scum.
And then you've got officers like this here swearing at us, calling us fucking fannies and this and that, where he thinks he's bad without batting his hand. Put everything down, man to man. Arrest me after that, no problem.
Our minorities are looking after the country, and this is how we get treated. We don't deserve to get treated like fucking shit. You're fucking equal to everyone over here.
Listen here. Listen here. Listen here. This I don't even know what he look like. You know, I mean, everyone's going for the you know. I mean, so this whole thing is simmering. This Islam, the Abrahamic religions are fighting, you know, people across the globe. How are you gonna follow something like that when they're fighting each other, willing to kill each other? All from the same Abraham. Yeah? Russia and Ukraine. Christians. Israel and Palestine. Yeah? Judaism and Islam. You see, but you know, you're dealing with people that are brain dead, you know, so you can't really expect any better. But as I said, people are willing, are allowed to do what they're doing. But why you don't do it? Why what are you doing here? If it's so bad, right? You see. If it's so bad. Now again, this is about the three children. The youth was. I mean, it's gonna be quiet about this guy. That done the you know, the awful acts there. It's gonna be quiet. And again, the media didn't help, or the government didn't help by you know, hiding his identity, or you know. But again, this has been simmering tensions. It's not just about those three children. There's a lot of abuse going on, right? There's a lot of abuse going on in the UK, and some people are affected by that. You see, they're affected by that, and the important aspects which we really need to be having conversations about, right, has been swept under the carpet, and here we go. It's a Islam versus far right, or Christians versus Muslims here in the UK, right? Right? The UK is not a Christian. It should not be a Christian country, but they say they are, but they don't practice it. Okay, and you've also got people that are coming from Muslim countries coming to this country, right, and stomping their feet, you know, saying that they're not getting treated right. Now, I am not saying that doesn't happen, you know, in cases, but there's some awful crimes going on around, and people are not really getting punished for it, you know. People are not getting punished for it. In some cultures, it's allowed. How about that? Right, again, separation is the only way. It's the only way. It's the other way, because I mean I have no problems with any of these people. So where does that put me? But it has put me in a position, right? It puts you in a position, right? Makes your life harder. You know, he's a black man. Your life going to be harder than he's going to hit you harder than everybody else. You see, but it's not my fight. But again, what I'm trying to say is, you get involved, even if you don't want to get involved. Do you understand? Right? But what do you expect? What do you expect from people? One's got a cross on their book, right? The cross, which represents crucifixion, which represents death. The other one got one sword, yeah, a sword and all that on it. Okay. The other one, it's got the star. Okay. And they're all related, as in teachings, you know, back to the real teachings. Okay. For an example, right? Okay. If you are a Abrahamic follower, right? This should be core in the teachings, right? So you got your first commandment. You shall not make for yourself an idol. You shall not bear false witness against thy neighbor or your neighbor. Right? So you mustn't tell lie. You mustn't commit adultery. So you mustn't abuse people's children. Right? Okay? You mustn't sleep with man's wife. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his male servant, or his female servant, or his ox, or his donkey, or anything that is your neighbor's. Honor thy father and thy mother. Remember the Sabbath day. Keep it holy. And last but not least, thou shalt not kill.
Before the election, he claimed that he would not put up national insurance contributions. He put it up. Before the election, he claimed he would scrap tuition fees. He put it up. Before the election, he said he would not tax family farms. He's taxing family farms. Will he address his party's growing reputation for dishonesty by making good on his commitment to close the Wethersfield Asylum Accommodation Centre in my constituency?
Now, I gotta say, I mean, I really upset with Keir Starmer, his policies. Yeah, man, I'm upset because, and what Labour stands for, what Labour stands for. But I only witnessed David Cameron used to kind of really have some great appearances in the House of Commons. But I think Keir Starmer's been underrated, right? So we're going to listen to this exchange, right? So, yes, Keir Starmer becomes the UK Prime Minister, yeah? Keir Starmer, right? He becomes the new British Prime Minister, taking the throne away from Rishi Sunak. So James Cleverly, right? James Cleverly, I can't remember was he the business? Anyway, he was for the Conservatives. So not too long ago, Keir Starmer's gonna tell you where he was, right, and where he is now. Listen up. Hold on. Oh, right. One sec. I've done it again. Whoa. Hold on.
Before the election, he claimed that he would not put up national insurance contributions. He put it up. Before the election, he claimed he would scrap tuition fees. He put it up. Before the election, he said he would not tax family farms. He's taxing family farms. Will he address his party's growing reputation for dishonesty by making good on his commitment to close the Wethersfield Asylum Accommodation Centre in my constituency?
Mr. Speaker, we're keeping the promises we made in our manifesto. His problem is he can't add up. If he could add up, he might be down here rather than...
Listen that.
No, the Wethersfield Asylum, he claimed he would scrap...
I'm sorry. Cleverly. Starmer done you there. Now, I would say this is one of the best political moments for 2024. Got a couple more. I have to jump into some other stories as well. Keep it moving. But this is one of my... Well, this is one of the funniest exchanges in the House of Parliament for myself. James Cleverly versus Keir Starmer. One more time.
James Cleverly. Before the election, he claimed that he would not put up national insurance contributions. He put it up. Before the election, he claimed he would scrap tuition fees. He put it up. Before the election, he said he would not tax family farms. He's taxing family farms. Will he address his party's growing reputation for dishonesty by making good on his commitment to close the Wethersfield Asylum Accommodation Centre in my constituency?
Mr. Speaker, we're keeping the promises we made in our manifesto. His problem is he can't add up. If he could add up, he might be down here rather than up there. I will take up the issue of his constituency.
Yeah, that was the yeah, man, that was funny, man. Yes, so right. Where do I start with this? Oh man. Well, I'll tell you. Huh. Kamala Harris. Now, I think Kamala Harris is going to be awarded the fakest person of 2024. Now, when we're supposed to be proud, okay, of what they're trying to say is, black people should have kind of, been behind Kamala Harris. But Kamala doesn't really give off the black to me. No. Right? And she's going to win the award of the... she's fake. Right? Fake woman. Right? She got slaughtered by Donald Trump. She should be ashamed of herself. Right? The borders are. Right? The borders are. Right? Now she spent time in Jamaica. Not once have I ever heard that woman say something about Jamaica. Not once. Right. So you had Kamala Harris taking over from Joe Biden. Yeah. And I'm just so happy she did not win. Because I'm tired of people that say that, people are going to look at this woman because she's not a white woman. That's that yeah, the hair is white. Don't get me started. The hair is white. Everything about her is white. Yeah. But her skin color, she light skin. I don't know if she bleach her skin. Does she bleach? Or she look like she bleach as well. I won't put it past her. Then my bleach. Fit on browning, then my bleach. Then my grease up her skin. Then my bleach. Then my bleach. Then my bleach. Right? And bleaching in Asia is a huge problem. It's a huge problem in the black community. Okay? So you've got the black people bleaching their skin, yeah? And then you got the Caucasians are going in the sun to get a tan. Right? Using different tones whilst campaigning, spending huge amounts of money from the American people on celebrities. Beyonce being one of them. Yes, Beyonce. Jay-Z's missus. Yeah, don't worry. We're going to get there. We're going to get there, but it takes a while. Yeah, there's a lot to go through. Kamala Harris, you're awarded with the fakest person of 2024. A round of applause, people. Rifleman. That's what you get. So, the change in the tide, the tide is changing. It's happening, yes. It's going to be corrected. Things are going to be corrected, right? So that's just one. Because if this woman had got in charge, I mean, honestly. right? This is not about black and white. It's not about color. This is about people that can do the job, right? Whether or not you sleep your way up there, but you know, you're going for the job of the president of the United States. You know, this person needs to be the right person. Not saying that Trump is the right person, right? But what I'm saying is, I've got to pick from who's there available, right? The politicians across the whole globe is in a descending order, right? They're all rubbish. They're no match to the old politicians. Okay? But Kamala Harris, you know, try to use black people, right? And that's where I don't run them games there. You see? I don't run them games there. Right? So if you don't want to be black, then go and do this thing. But don't come in our face and try to come lie or try to act like, say, you're for the black people when you're not. You're not. And you're awarded the fakest person of 2024. Right? Where is she? Where is she? Right? I'm not saying, where the hell is she? She's supposed to be doing her job. She's still the vice president. Where the hell is she? You see? Gone. She don't care about the American people. Come on, man. But hey, you see, people are so mentally dead across the globe because the politics is nothing. It's just a part of religion. It's like it's a religion. It is a religion. Yeah. I may talk about politics, but I don't practice no politics. You understand? You know, I don't vote. Right? So you got Kamala Harris there. So Kamala Harris, she was officially certified as the Democratic presidential candidate and becoming the first black woman and the first Asian American in US history to win the presidential nomination of a major party, which is a lie. She didn't win nothing. She didn't win nothing, did she? What did she win? There wasn't no vote. She was she just stepped up to the job, right? I can't remember now. She just stepped up to the job because Biden, right? Biden, boy, is Ed gone, right? Is Ed gone, right? So Biden was meant to be in charge, and then Kamala comes in, right? So I mean, when does black and Asian come into the same? I mean, look. So even by this thing here, right? It says, right? Look at this. Doesn't it seem odd? U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris is officially certified as a Democratic presidential candidate, thereby becoming the first black woman and the first Asian American. Which one is it? It's confusing. It's confusing. But one thing I'm not confused about is issuing my award. She's fake on the Asians too. But you know, fake. She looks more Asian to me. More I look at her, she looks more Asian now. You know? Yes, gentleman. Right? Got a little black in her, yes. You know what I mean? But it's not like, you know, you have people that have, you know, parents, one Asian, one black. Yes. Jamaica, they call them coolie, which is not a good word to say. They call them coolie, yeah. Right? Okay. Right. But she wouldn't even say that. I mean, she never come out and said that. I mean, honestly, man, we really deserve better. You know, we deserve better. But for us to deserve better, we must want better. But to you know, to keep up with the bull crap, you know, right? To keep up with the bull crap, you know, which keeps us in the position we are, you know, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. Why should we get anywhere when we're not, when we don't deserve to be anywhere? You understand? We don't deserve it. No, we don't. We don't deserve to be from under the bottom. No, because we don't want to move. We don't want it. We like where we are. You see? And people like Kamala Harris helps to keep us down there. Because she's not for us. You see? And people are going to say, well, Trump ain't. Well, that's right. He should not be for the black people. He should be for his white people. Wouldn't it be odd if Trump was only for black people? Wouldn't it be odd? It would be odd. You'd be like, nah, something's up here. What, Trump, he's for the black. Something wrong. Yeah. Right? And there's nothing wrong with, you know, I mean, people can, you know, mixed race, but it's, you know, it's the way that she was trying to identify with the people to win votes. To win votes, you know. And it's not about not having a woman in charge. That is not, no. That you know, that is ridiculous. Portia Simpson in Jamaica, right? Right? Woman, ruler. India to add the Gandhi, right? Gandhi, the female Gandhi. The UK, Margaret Thatcher, and led the way Theresa May. The lettuce, okay, the lettuce as well. My favorite, Angela Merkel from Germany. There's many, and there's many countries that have never had a woman ruler. No, it's not. That doesn't mean because you're a woman you can't do the job. No. Because you know, it's been proven that is not correct. Let's deal with the facts, right? Let's deal with the facts here, right? Yeah, you know, Candice Owen mash her up, yeah. Candice Owen, she mash her up, right? So Candice Owens is gonna. It's between Candice Owens and who else? Well, Trump again. You see, because Trump went on to Rogan, you know, for the best podcast for the year. It may be Trump, but Candice Owens did put some work in. She put in some work. Right? She put some work in. She put some work in, you see, right? Remember? So she put a lot of work in. Is that a picture of Candice Owens and Kamala Harris there? Is that? Why, she's not easy, you know. God blimey, she's not easy at all. Troublesome. Troublesome. Right? Alright. So Candice Owens. I mean, the best interview I saw with Candice Owens was with the rabbi. With Piers Morgan. Yeah? With the rabbi. Right? Oh dear. And the rabbi. That was a good one. That was a good one. Right? That was a good one. This one right here. Yeah? Okay. That was a good one. So it's Rabbi Shumley. Rabbi Shumley. I think that was Michael Jackson's rabbi. Okay. So she mash up Kamala Harris. Right, exposed her. Right? Exposed her. Right? So would Candice Owens? I don't think Candice Owens is gonna make the I'm not sure. I put a little. I'm not sure where we're gonna put Candice Owens or what award I could give Candice Owens. I'm not sure, but she done her thing in 2024. She done her thing. She done her thing. Right. So we'll give a laser beam for Candice Owens. Candice Owens. Right. But you see, she kind of got overshadowed by, you see, this man here. Now, I've been telling people for a long time, and what's happened is the same thing happened. Elon Musk is nothing apart from, I'm not sure how old he is, but I think we're of similar age. He reminds me of like a Lex Luger kind of character. Yeah, like one of them villains, right? Lex Luger, and I think it was what was his? Is it Gene Hackman? Gene Hackman. I think it was Gene Hackman. Is Gene Hackman still alive? I'm not even sure. All right, Gene Hackman. He reminds me. He reminds me of a villain like this. For myself, I've been saying it for a long time. Elon Musk. I remember he took over Twitter, and he called it X. And then Brazil, they banned X. Right, so Brazil blocks X, previously Twitter, largely because of rampant disinformation on the site. Although the ban is lifted in October after X agrees to various requirements, including the removal of certain accounts. So he bended there. Right, he bended. Okay, he bended. Right, but he's gonna come. He's gonna make. We're gonna see a little bit more of him later on, right? Elon Musk, right? Let's go. let's just, let's walk through and not run through. All right. So, also, we had our fair share of disasters, right? Disasters. So we've got a CNN report here. Let's have it. Okay, go on.
The top of the river typically. So we're like, all right, we're safe. Like we're way above this flood. And then within 1 hour, it had risen another 10 feet.
You might remember I spoke with Olivia Cooner back in October. The Burnsville, North Carolina resident told me what it was like as America's deadliest natural disaster of 2024, Hurricane Helene, arrived on her doorstep.
And we started to see things go by, like hay bales and pumpkins and some trash. And then it started to get kind of dark, and we started to see propane tanks. We started to see shipping containers. We started to see houses start floating by.
Whole houses just floating down the river.
We saw 4 whole houses floating down the river, and then
Remember, Helene was a monster that rapidly intensified into a Category 4 hurricane in just 2 days, dumping an historic amount of rain along the way. In all, it killed at least 232 people across 6 states. The landscape was literally reshaped in some places.
Wix. One platform, any website. Unlimited creation. Describe your needs and goals. And AI will transform your tailored brief into a unique website that's ready to perform in minutes. Customize it. Shape your visitor's experience with show-stopping visuals and interactions that elevate every part of your site, down to the finest detail. Control everything on the platform.
This storm was supercharged by incredibly warm water in the Gulf of Mexico. That's a phenomenon some experts attribute to human-caused climate change. But remember, Olivia was in Burnsville, North Carolina, just outside of hard-hit Asheville. The Gulf of Mexico is more than 500 miles away from there, and yet she felt the most extreme impacts. And so for Olivia and her boyfriend Eli, this holiday season looks very different, because nearly 3 months later, they are still not back in their home. Today, I check back in with Olivia to get an update and ask her whether she considers herself a climate refugee. From CNN, this is One Thing. I'm David Ryan. Last time we spoke was about a week and a half after the storm hit, and you were staying with family in eastern North Carolina. Where are you right now?
Right now, we are actually relocating to Portland. Since we last spoke, my boyfriend lost his job. And seeing as we couldn't access our house until about 2 weeks ago, and for perspective, that's almost 3 months after the flood. And by then, we had already decided to relocate because there aren't very many service industry jobs in Asheville right now. Our neighborhood is still pretty uninhabitable. Our driveway was rebuilt, which is great, but currently there's a huge mold problem in our house, and our house still today does not have power. There's still a ton of repairs that need to be made, and we made the decision to relocate to Portland. I lived there for 9 years, and we had jobs lined up and people that would take us in, so it just seemed like the easiest and the right move. So we've been on the road, kind of doing a little cross-country road trip for the last 2 weeks.
Right, and you're actually on the road right now, heading up to Portland, Oregon. But you said you hadn't been able to get back to your house in North Carolina until about 2 weeks ago. So can you describe just how it felt to see it for the first time after all this happened?
I mean, it was my boyfriend went the first day that we were back, and he said it was hard to, he was fighting back tears. It's really hard to take in because it looks so different. And, you drive through Asheville and it's still devastating. There's really has not been much work done with cleanup. You'd think 3 months down the road, there would be a lot more progress than there is. And, I've taken a lot of content. Like I was just recording videos when I was down there, and it looks like it just happened yesterday. The damage is hard to put into words. Out where we live, my boyfriend literally missed the turn to go to our street because it's that unrecognizable.
Wow.
It is just it's a totally different, it's a different place. The highway is still not officially rebuilt. It is just a dirt road all the way to our house. And the bridges are temporary bridges. The road that we live off of in the neighborhood is completely unrecognizable. It looks like a nuclear bomb went off. The landscape has completely changed. All of our neighbors have been washed away. Every house along the Cane River is completely gone. It is devastating.
Last time we spoke, we talked about FEMA, and there was a lot of misinformation going on around the agency and just how much they were helping folks. Did you ever get any assistance from them?
Yeah, so a lot of my friends who lost jobs or had...
Break free with the new Opera GX, a browser that puts you in control with a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features to up your game at every level. Like GX Control to help rein in your resources with integrated limiters for RAM, CPU, and network. A sidebar for direct access to your favorite side quests, streams, and posts. And built-in privacy tools like ad and tracker blockers and free no-log VPN. Check into GX Corner for the latest news, deals, and free games. But what really makes our hit different is mods. Giving you the power to change everything from animated wallpapers to themes, sounds, music, and shaders. So you can change everything. Get Opera GX.
Ali, Abdullah, Asad, Amna, Amna, Mahnoor, Maryam, Maryam, Saad, Sarah, Sarah,
severe life changes from the storm did not get FEMA payouts. Like, for instance, one of my closest friends, a tree fell on her house and her car, and she lost her job for 3 months and did not get any assistance from FEMA and tried over and over again. But we were able to get some FEMA assistance, and it wasn't, given that we have not had jobs or couldn't access our house for almost 3 months, it was about $4,000 in total. And we still have a bunch of damages to assess on our house too. So, the money that FEMA gave us was basically like 2 months of mortgage, not really, including all the things that we had to buy and all of our other bills. And, it's not nothing, which we're grateful for. But we have a lot of work to do in the house. There's about 3 inches of mold covering the basement. Everything in the basement is completely toast. And it's starting to get on the main floor, and we were able to do a little bit of as much mold control as we could ourselves. But we're going to have to hire a professional service to, clean out the mold. And also there's we still don't have power, and we have to hire an electrician to come out and figure out what's going on with that, because we have to repair the line that fell on the house. It's completely broken, and it's on us to fix. It's not on the power company. And we did get the driveway repaired, so it's not a 15-foot cliff anymore, which is great.
Yeah, that's positive.
That was a problem. We had to buy a car because we could not. I mean, we couldn't access our cars. It was impossible. And until about 2 weeks ago. So we bought a car, and we left our 2 vehicles there. And we're just we're trying to figure out how to navigate this remotely. But right now living in Nashville really isn't an option for us. And there are a lot of people that don't have the luxury, the privilege to leave and the opportunity to leave and live somewhere else. And they are the ones that need jobs there right now, because there aren't very many. And it just doesn't really feel right to stay there and take those jobs when we have another opportunity to live in a different city.
So still work to do, but you had said you had planned to go back to Burnsville eventually, that you were committed to staying long term. So is that still the plan once you get done with all that work?
That is the plan. We reckon we'll probably stay in Portland for about a year. And I think by then there might be a little bit more progress in the city. There might be more jobs. We're not entirely sure. We're just going to take it month by month, honestly. My boyfriend does own that house, so we are committed to either going back or figuring out how to make that work in some way or another. It is a commitment that we have to pay attention to. And it is still, even after the flood, it is still a really beautiful property. It's completely different. And, our perspective on the beauty is gonna have to shift a little bit. Like there's a lot of mourning of what that property used to look like and what the landscape used to be. It used to be so beautiful. We had tons of trees, and now it's just kind of like bedrock.
It's just physically been reshaped.
Yeah, the river path has changed a little bit, and there's no green anymore. Like I said, it's just bedrock.
You know what? I'm glad we went with the 2-column.
Yeah, really transforms the room, right?
It fits perfectly.
Bullseye.
Things are going to heat up around here. That's for sure.
You can say that again.
That again.
Janet, you're fired.
With a huge range of radiators, Boss, you're home with Victorian Plumbing.
When it's the season finale, we just eat Five Guys.
Yes. Oh, don't you worry. I'll get it, girls.
Howie, am I moving?
Sorry. Am I in the way?
Childish.
Sorry.
Childish.
For nights in and everything else.
Did somebody say just eat?
What are you hearing from, friends of yours that are still in the area? Like, are they thinking about leaving, or are they committed to like making this work and putting in the effort to build back?
It's about half and half. And I think people who are choosing to stay have been there a really long time and don't really know how to leave. And a lot of people don't want to, because Asheville is still such a special place, and Appalachia it's a beautiful, special place. And I will always love it, and I'll always want to live there and make it work. But most of my friends that are transplants or have moved there like within the last 5 years are leaving, and some of them have already left, and I didn't get to say goodbye to a lot of my friends, and that's pretty devastating.
Yeah. Do you consider yourself a climate refugee? Like, we hear about this phenomenon when it comes to other countries, not so much in the US, but this storm, really took a lot of people in the area by surprise, and you're having to spend all this time away from where you lived. So what do you think about that?
That's what our friends and family are calling us. It's a really surreal term. we are okay. We're fine. We're privileged people. Like, we have friends and family all over the country that have taken us in and looked out for us. And, we had family on the East Coast of North Carolina. We stayed with my parents in Florida for 3 weeks, and then his family in New Orleans, and then my family in Denver. And we've had all these people around the country taking us in, and we were able to buy a car. We have jobs lined up in a different city. Like, we're okay. And, I feel like when I hear the term climate refugee, I think of somebody a little bit, I don't know, not as privileged as us, because we do have somewhere to go.
Right, but you're still displaced and having to find places to go.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of survivor's guilt too that comes with that. I mean, our situation is it's shitty. It really is. But we're okay, and I think there's a lot of people in Asheville in the area still that aren't okay. And they're still just living on their property in tents, and it's winter, and it's just, the whole situation is very bleak still. And
late again. There is a simple solution.
Oh Lord.
A taxi. Free
A
now
hurricane.
for every
Don't
kind of
know how far that
Londoner.
went.
a lot of the, most of the country has moved on, and our general experience with driving across the country over the last 2 weeks, and people ask, like servers or bartenders or just like, people, they'll ask, where are you from? And we're like, loaded question. We're from North Carolina, or like, if we don't really feel like talking about it, we just say North Carolina, and they're like, oh, you just visiting? Like, and then we're like, all right, we're going to talk about it, aren't we? And we kind of bring it up, and people either have heard about it briefly and they didn't understand, the scale of how bad this disaster was, and that it's like miles and miles and miles of destruction, like complete and utter destruction. They don't know, or they've heard about it and didn't really pay attention to the details, or they had never heard about it at all. And that kind of blows my mind, because in our area, it consumes all of our lives. That's still in the forefront of our minds every single day. But people across the country generally just have no clue about what happened or what the state of Asheville is. And yeah, it's very strange.
Well, so you're an artist. That's what you do for a living. How have you been able to keep up that work without a home base?
It's been really challenging, but I'm grateful to have work. I did get a lot of print orders and people interested in buying my work, which I'm super grateful for. It gave us a little bit of extra money to have a little bit more fun on our road trip, but working was pretty challenging. I've got like a little label printer in my laptop, and my boyfriend is just like packing prints in tubes, and we're doing it from a hotel room, or when we were staying at my brother's house, we were doing it on his kitchen counter. And it's been silly and stressful and just interesting to navigate. And every time I was like, oh gosh, I have to ship stuff out from Moab. Let's figure it out.
Well, so finally, what do the holidays look like for you guys? Like, how does it make you feel having to spend this time away from North Carolina when people are, still really suffering and struggling? Like you said, like, what does this season look like?
For us, we're not really able to go back to the East Coast. The flights are too expensive, and we're also just kind of exhausted. We're kind of ready to experience some normalcy. We're just gonna have a nice dinner on Christmas Eve and relax and just be grateful for where we're at. And it's just gonna be Eli and I. We're not really gonna have any family to spend time with, and I don't know, it's gonna be a weird holiday season. It doesn't really, we've been driving everywhere and like seeing Christmas decorations, and neither of us are really feeling like very Christmassy this year.
Yeah, it's understandable, but wishing you nothing but the best as you continue on here, and we'll talk to you next time. Really appreciate it, Olivia.
Thanks, David. I appreciate it.
Just a heads up, we will not have a new episode this coming Wednesday. We're taking a little time off for the holidays. Hopefully you can do the same, spend some time with family. Happy holidays from all of us here at One Thing. We'll be back on Sunday with another episode. I'll talk to you then. One Thing is a production of CNN Audio. This episode was produced by Paolo Ortiz and me, David Rind. Our senior producers are Felicia Patinkin and Fez Jamil. Matt Dempsey is our production manager. Dan DeZula is our technical director, and Steve Lichtai is the executive producer of CNN Audio. We get support from Haley Thomas, Alex Manisseri, Robert Mathers, John Dianora, Lainey Steinhardt, Jamie Sandres, Nicole Passaru, and Lisa Namorau. Special thanks to Wendy Brundage and Katie Hinman. I'll talk to you next time.
You know what? I'm glad we went with the 2-column.
Yeah, really transforms the room, right?
It fits perfectly.
Bullseye.
Things are going to heat up around here. That's for sure.
You can say that again.
That again.
Janet, you're fired.
With a huge range of radiators, Boss, you're home with Victorian Plumbing.
I was going to ask it. Yeah, copycat. Wow, so good, so special. Do you have good wok case skill? Yes, chef. Venus is a bit more open gamma style.
Today, Mum, we're going to take a break from your takeaway, so we're off to Casa and Kin in London, another local restaurant serving Filipino food.
There's a certain area in the so many adverts. So Hurricane Helene. That was bad, wasn't it? Hurricane Helene. Hurricane Helene. Then recently you had is it a tornado or something in Mayotte? So I remember covering this one, and it slammed into Tampa, didn't it? Slammed into Tampa, went right across, and again, you know, there was another series of failures there. With Hurricane Helene, okay, right. Then you had this one back over this side. You had your Spanish floods, and then I also uncovered that the EU had made Spain take away all their dams. So basically, dams. I think it was time for them to be renewed or to be rebuilt or something like that. They had passed their sell-by date, basically. Past the sell-by date. All right. So you had Hurricane Helene, then you had the floods in Spain, yeah, right, okay. Do any videos on this one? Right. Yeah, the floods in Spain. And very recently, we had another one here. We're going to have a look at this one in Mayotte. right? So utter devastation. Okay. So this was a cyclone, leaves apocalyptic, right? Scenes, you know, right? So there has been lots of discussions about climate change, okay, and how, again, you know, the people at the bottom get severely, you know, they're dealt a severe blow, right? They're dealt a severe blow, okay. So that was recently. So I've got 10 of the natural. What's this one here? There's some of them who look like I've never seen them. All right, come off that now. All right. So I've got some pictures here. So this is tropical storm. This was in the Philippines. Right, Philippines. Right. You had your wildfire. Come on, stop this now, man. Oh yeah, jeez. Get off this. Come on. Look, man. Will you get off my thing? Oh man, I'm gonna have to come off this one. I don't know what it's doing. What is going on here? All right, yeah, just deal with the thing, man. Oh boy, just grass me up, man. Sure, come on. Yeah, so so you had wildfires in Chile. No. Okay, I didn't see that one. So that's 136 people. That was in early February. Oh, you had landslides in Nepal. New Year's earthquake claims. Right, so a 7.6 magnitude in Japan. Hurricane Helene. Right. Devastation. Landslides in Ethiopia. Didn't hear. I don't remember seeing that one. Right. Typhoon Yagi. Right. Typhoon, you know. Yagi. Right. 300 in Vietnam alone. So, you know, 226. Yes. So Papua New Guinea. That was the one. I think that one's going to be up there. I think for the natural disaster that happened in 2024. I think this one was, you know, was an awful thing. Not to say none of them are worse than any. You know, they're all bad. You got your heat wave, right? The heat wave at the Hajj. I remember that. Do you remember that? A lot of people passed away. So again, so a moment of silence for all the people that suffered in the so-called climate change. Yeah, right. So that's 10 of the deadliest natural disasters in 2024. And I'm going to go with, the Hajj as well. The Hajj, and Papua New Guinea. Yeah, Papua New Guinea as well. Also Helene, Spain as well. All of them. All of them. Right. Yeah, all of them. They're all bad. They're all bad. Terrible. So that was in September. September. Right. Right. Okay. Right. So you also had your Federal Reserve cuts the Fed funds rate by half a percentage point to a range of 4.75 to 5%, marking a shift in policy from fighting inflation in the post-pandemic economy to creating a consumer and business-friendly environment. So we're up to October now. Yes, Mexico, female leader in Mexico, so hurrah for that. Andre, mamacita, Andre. Andre. Right, so, well, look at that. Claudia Sheinbaum, which, you know, that's a Jewish name, isn't it? Claudia, well, even Claudia is like a... So she's sworn as the first female president for Mexico, yeah? And first Mexican and first Jewish person to hold the post. How about that? I didn't know she was Jewish. And yes, so I think it was yesterday, Jimmy Carter, the peanut farmer, right? The God-fearing man, Jimmy Carter, he celebrated his 100th birthday. Okay. He remained in diplomacy and peace efforts and was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, which is in 2002, which is an achievement. Rifleman for that, Jimmy Carter. And a moment of silence. Yeah, Jimmy Carter's, he's passed on. Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter gone. So he celebrated his 100th birthday. Okay. Jimmy Carter. So we got one here.
James Carter, known as Jimmy, was born on October 1st, 1924, in the small town of Plains, Georgia. He grew up influenced by his father's talk of business, peanut farming, politics, and the family's commitment to the Baptist faith. Carter's humanitarian values were fostered by Rachel Clark, a black woman who was the wife of the family farm's foreman, and by his mother Lillian, a nurse who later volunteered in the Peace Corps. Upon graduating from the U.S. Naval Academy in 1946, he married Rosalind Smith and proceeded to serve in the Navy for 7 years, much of that time on submarine duty. In 1953, Carter ended his military career after his father died. He moved back to Georgia with his wife and children to run the family business. There he began to take a bigger interest in politics, first serving on the local school board and eventually serving 2 terms in the Georgia State Senate and 1 as governor. Though he initially lacked national recognition, Jimmy Carter became the Democratic nominee for president.
Jimmy who? I heard he was a peanut farmer. I heard president.
In 1976, he ran against Republican incumbent Gerald R. Ford and won. Carter built his campaign around trust, environmental reform, government efficiency, and removal of racial discrimination.
You have given me a great responsibility. This inauguration ceremony marks a new beginning.
He served as the 39th President of the United States from 1977 to 1981, amid tensions rising both domestically and internationally, including the Iran hostage crisis. Carter battled an economy suffering from high inflation, high unemployment, and slow growth. Despite this, he was able to tackle the country's energy crisis, create the Department of Education and the Department of Energy, and expand the national park system. He secured his legacy through his humanitarian accomplishments and successful mediation of peace between Egypt and Israel.
These 2 Camp David agreements provide the basis for progress and peace throughout the Middle East.
In 1980, he lost the presidency to Reagan.
Dear.
As I return home to the South, where I was born and raised, I look forward to the opportunity to reflect and further to assess, I hope with accuracy, the circumstances of our times.
Carter and Rosalind moved back to Georgia, where he continued his advocacy of social reform.
I intend to give our new president my support, and I intend to work as a citizen, as I've worked here in this office as president, for values this nation was founded to secure.
He acted as an unofficial diplomat abroad, supporting the democratization of elections. In 2002, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Even into their 90s, he and Rosalind frequently volunteered for Habitat for Humanity.
And I would like to say, as a Christian, to these friends of mine, the words of Jesus: "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be the children of God." Let us learn together and laugh together and work together and pray together, confident that in the end we will triumph together.
Jimmy Carter Jay-Z, the richest rapper of 2024. Rifleman. Now you would think with all this money, whatever sexual preference they have, he could have had more than one wife in it. He could have had more than one wife if he wished. Okay, he could have had more than one wife. But 2024 would reveal some shocking allegations. Shocking. Shocking allegations. It's been said a 13-year-old, people. A 13-year-old. You know what I mean? Right? I had some learning difficulties, maybe, you know, so, you know. And like true predators, right? The predators hunt the prey in the savannas of Africa. Now, when the predator is searching for prey, he sees a cluster of wildebeests. And it's unfortunate, but it does happen. Nature has a way of weeding out the weak. And, you know, the strong survive. So one wildebeest has seen better days. At one time, he was the leader of the pack, jumping, right? Jumping, you know, and creating offsprings. Moo. Right? Right, he's getting his rocks off, yeah? The horny wildebeest, yeah? And, you know, age, like how we saw Jimmy Carter, 100 years old. So it's a good innings. So, you know, maybe he's battling to keep supremacy over the pack. And then some young one comes along and fit and strong, could even be one of his offsprings. And the challenge has been issued, and the younger one pierces him in the side, you know? Pierces him to the side. He's not young anymore, so he can't maneuver out the way. So him get juke, yeah? And then there's the female lions who also have offsprings to feed. And that's the one they're going for. The vulnerable the one that cannot defend themselves. Become casualties of the predator. Now, this is unfortunate, but this is in the wild, so this is survival. This is survival, right? Survival. Now, this man here on your screen, the richest rapper of 2024, has been accused. Right, has been accused. I think is it around 2,000 lawsuits or something? Right, so there's quite a few accused of serious predation. Right. Right, so they enjoy having power over vulnerable people. And his mate as well. He's also in there. His mate, Diddy. Okay. Right. So we have the top black musicians or black entertainers are in legal problems now. Right? Legal problems. So Jay-Z may make the list of being the richest rapper with 2 billion. With 2 billion. And yes, so it's fair to say it's not been a good year for the hip-hop industry. And to be honest, it's not a good day for the Ethiopian race. Now they're being accused, so we should be seeing in spring a huge court case coming up with Puff Daddy, and I'm sure we shall see things escalate with Jay-Z as well. So we've got the two richest rappers, both. So he's on 800 million, right? Right. Jay-Z. What was he? Was it 2 billion? Yeah, 2 billion. So that's a lot. That's a lot more than Puff Daddy. You know, that's near enough double, isn't it? Right, double, and a bit more on top. However, they've been accused of some awful crimes. So that's definitely going to make one of the decisive moments of 2024. The incarceration of Sean Combs and the allegations put towards Jay-Z. Right? So let's see how Jay-Z's getting on. Give me a second. Excuse me. There was a couple of videos. Lots. Let's get an update and see what's going on over there. So we got this. How long is that one? All right. So we've got this one.
To lose weight. For decades, losing weight is all about willpower.
What's
But
that?
here's the truth. Obesity isn't about motivation, it's about biology. In fact, up to 80% of weight is linked to genetics. That means that no matter how hard you try, losing weight can be harder due to factors out of your control. Juniper treats weight differently. That's why Juniper patients lose more weight in less time. If weight
As Jay-Z launches a legal war against the attorney who filed a bombshell rape lawsuit against him, that Texas attorney, Tony Busby, has just fired back. He is defending his client's claims about being assaulted by both Jay-Z and Sean Combs 24 years ago and says he shouldn't be sanctioned for what he is doing. Oh, and by the way, Jay-Z just formally sued Busby for defamation. Yes, this is a mess, but we're going to break it down for you right now. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. The legal and PR battle between Jay-Z and the attorney representing a woman who claims that the rapper raped her when she was just 13 years old, this has intensified once again. Now, if you've been following this saga, particularly here on Sidebar, you know that every week there's like another back and forth between both sides here. And as it currently stands, we have this anonymous accuser who says that Jay-Z, Sean Carter, and Sean Diddy Combs raped her at a VMA's after party back in 2000, again, when she was 13 years old. It was originally filed in October against just Sean Combs, and I should also say, it only identified this alleged accomplice as Celebrity A. But then Jane Doe filed an amended complaint a few weeks back that says that Celebrity A is actually Jay-Z, real name Sean Carter, and he is now a defendant in this action. I'm talking one of the richest people in the entertainment industry, okay, one of the most well-known. Also, I should say that the amended complaint, it still lists a second alleged participant, not defendant, but a second alleged participant, a female celebrity who's accused of watching this, being a witness to what happened, and she's only identified as Celebrity B, that she was in the room when this alleged assault took place. We still do not know who that person is. But since this was filed, Jay-Z has come out swinging, calling Tony Busby, this Texas attorney behind the lawsuit, a, quote, deplorable human being with no honor or dignity. Jay-Z accused Busby of extorting him in the lead up to this lawsuit, essentially accusing Busby of approaching Jay-Z, pressuring him to pay over a hefty sum of money, or B, as Jay-Z claims, falsely accused in a public lawsuit. And by the way, we want to keep following this Jay-Z story for you as it develops. And with that in mind, I have to thank our sponsor, Upside, because it's with their support that helps make episodes like this possible. Now, Upside is great if you don't know what it is. It's a free app that helps you get cash back when you buy daily essentials like gas, groceries, food. This is real cash money that appears in your Upside app that you transfer right into your bank account. Look here, I used Upside to find a gas station near me. I claimed an offer on Upside. I paid with my credit card at the pump, followed the steps on the app. I got cash back. Super simple. You can use Upside at all different kinds of places, restaurants, convenience stores. So to find out how much you could earn, you click the link in the description to download Upside, or you scan the QR code on screen, and you use our promo code SIDEBAR because you get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Hope you can check it out. Now, what has happened? Jay-Z has denied all of the allegations in this lawsuit, and Tony Busby has denied any allegation that he was trying to extort Jay-Z. He said all that he was trying to do, and what he was doing, is he was engaging in standard pre-litigation practice, where you send somebody a letter in an effort to resolve the situation, particularly through mediation. But Busby, now we got to talk about him. He just filed, and this is what we're getting into, he just filed a response that we have to talk about. And I got to give you some backstory on where this response is coming from. So the controversy here stems from this. The fact that Jane Doe, this anonymous accuser, sat down for an interview with NBC. Now remember, she claims at 13 years old, she got dropped off at Radio City Music Hall in New York City back in 2000, where the Video Music Awards were being held. She didn't have a ticket, so she wandered around outside, maybe hoping to see a celebrity. But who she saw instead was one of Sean Combs' bodyguards, who allegedly told her to come back later that night. He'd take her to a home where Combs was throwing an after party. And when Jane Doe gets to that party, she believes that the drink that she was given was laced with drugs because she started feeling woozy and disoriented. And she says when she went to find a room to lie down in, that was when she was assaulted by both Combs and Jay-Z. That's what she's alleging. And again, I should also tell you that Sean Combs has also denied these allegations as well. But when Jane Doe spoke with NBC News recently, she acknowledged that there are parts of her stories that, yes, they have some inconsistencies. Jane Doe was quoted as saying, "I have made some mistakes." But she said she stands by her all allegations and says, look, this happened 24 years ago. Of course, some details have been lost at time. But here's some of the issues. Jane Doe says that after the alleged rapes, she was able to run away from the home, find this gas station where she was allowed to use the phone. She said she had called her dad to come pick her up. Problem there is her father told NBC News he didn't remember that. And that if he had come to pick her up, it would have been a 5-hour drive. On top of that, he apparently told NBC News that he never even heard of this alleged attack on his daughter until the reporters came asking questions. Jane Doe also claimed that she spoke to or saw Benji Madden at this VMA's after party. He, of course, is the lead guitarist for the rock band Good Charlotte. His representatives, though, told NBC News that he was in the Midwest on tour at the time. So with that coming out, Alex Spiro, who's Jay-Z's high-powered attorney, sent a letter to the judge calling the allegations a sham. Quote, she claims the assault took place at an after-party at Mr. Combs' home, but photos that night show Mr. Combs and Mr. Carter at Lotus nightclub for the FS. The plaintiff admitted she was guessing about key details, including the time it took to reach the venue. She admits she has no single corroborating witness over the last 24 years. I talked about this before in a prior sidebar. It is possible, if you take her allegations as true, that Jay-Z and Sean Combs maybe went to a few places in that after party, so we don't know when this other after party where she claimed she was assaulted took place. But again, this is problematic for her, right? The fact that her father can't back it up, the fact that the Benji Madden incident, there was also an incident that you were called a Jumbotron, but there's evidence to suggest there wasn't a Jumbotron. So there's holes in this story. Now, NBC News, they did report that they tried to locate this friend who allegedly drove Jane Doe to the VMAs that night, but it appears that person has died. And they indicated that they tried to reach out to this person's relatives, but they didn't really have any luck. Now, Jay-Z reportedly told NBC, this incident didn't happen. And he said, look, but Tony Busby filed it in court anyway. He doubled down in the press, adding, true justice is coming. We fight from victory, not for victory. This was over before it began. This 1-800 lawyer doesn't realize it yet, but again, referencing Tony Busby. So Busby released a statement defending himself, saying, look, Jane Doe's case, it was referred to me by another firm. Her story had allegedly already been vetted. His statement read, our client remains fiercely adamant that what she has stated is true to the best of her memory. We will continue to vet her claims and collect corroborating data to the extent it exists. Because we have interrogated her intensely, she has even agreed to submit to a polygraph. I've never had a client suggest that before. And for her part, this unnamed Jane Doe said to NBC, you should always fight for what happened to you. You should always advocate for yourself and be a voice for yourself. You should never let what somebody else did ruin or run your life. I just hope I can give others the strength to come forward like I came forward. And before we again go into his latest response, I just have to give you one more piece of background information, because after all this happened, attorney Alex Spiro.
Hello guys, so I just wanted to come in here and talk about, I know therapy can be such a taboo subject, and also a lot of people aren't able to afford it week to week. So what BetterHelp is, it's an affordable way of therapy. You're able to have
filed this motion with the court, and he asked that either the case be thrown out completely or Jay-Z be dismissed from the suit. And he also said he wants to ensure that evidence be preserved in this case because the Busby may actually destroy evidence. In support of this motion, it reads, this is again from Alex Spiro, Jay-Z's lawyer, the fundamental inconsistencies in plaintiff's case revealed in the DC interview, coupled with Busby's chronic inability to follow the rules in this case and others, creates a substantial risk that Busby will destroy evidence damaging to plaintiff's case, including evidence of his own misconduct. And the memo gives us a scathing summary of Busby's actions and how Spiro's firm believes that Busby has violated what's called Rule 11, that you act so badly in this case, you're a lawyer who acts so badly, you should be sanctioned, you should be punished by the court. I'll explain that in a minute, but what he writes is, rather than conducting his own due diligence to vet his client's claims, again referring to Jane Doe, Busby merely relied on the purported vetting of another firm, telling NBC Jane Doe's case was referred to our firm by another who vetted it prior to sending it to us. But no one from the other firm signed the plaintiff's case. Busby did. He goes on to say, under these circumstances, it must be assumed that Busby will go to extraordinary lengths to conceal his ethical violations. There's accordingly a significant risk that Busby will seek to destroy documents or evidence that would demonstrate that he knew or should that the allegations in the complaint were false. Okay, so there you have it. That's the backstory. Now, as I mentioned, Busby has responded. So, in a letter to United States District Court Judge Annalisa Torres of the Southern District of New York, that is where this case was filed, Busby writes, as with defendant Carter's prior letters filed in this case, it is histrionic in tone but substantively groundless. Defendant Carter threatens plaintiff with a Rule 11 motion based on questions raised by one single television interview concerning events occurring 24 years ago when plaintiff was 13 years old. And he goes on to write, defendant Carter's threat of a Rule 11 motion is frivolous because it characterizes run-of-the-mill disputes of fact as proof that plaintiff's complaint is baseless. None of the factual issues Carter identifies are sufficient even to grant summary judgment in Carter's favor, much less support Rule 11 sanctions. The defendant or a potential witness doesn't agree with or recollect facts alleged in the complaint does not and cannot give rise to a motion for sanctions for filing a baseless complaint. Defendant Carter's threat of an immediate sanctions motion on the first whisper of factual uncertainty is just one more instance of bullying intended to have a chilling effect on plaintiff's counsel and any potential plaintiffs watching these proceedings. That refers to, of course, any other potential Jay-Z or John Combs accusers. So let me break this down for you real quick. First, for a court to grant sanctions under Rule 11, usually monetary punishment, in a case like that, it is common, okay? It is rare for a court to do that. You have to be talking about egregious bad behavior. Rule 11 is about a lawyer making false representations to the court, filing a lawsuit for an improper purpose, like merely just to harass someone, that a lawyer is asserting claims or defenses that are not backed up by the facts, the law, or evidence currently known or likely to. That is what we're talking about. And here, Busby's like, what are we saying? We're saying that Jane Doe's claims are just absolutely fake because Jay-Z said this didn't happen, or her father says he doesn't remember this, or a celebrity wasn't there. Look, she is recounting something from 24 years ago when she was a young girl. And also, I think you would argue, in any case, there's going to be conflicting witnesses about what did or didn't happen. These are why he says run-of-the-mill disputes. That can't be proof that her claims have no evidentiary support. And when he mentions summary judgment and how Jay-Z is not entitled to summary judgment is when a party asks the court to step in, just decide this case in their favor before there's even a trial. You're basically saying there is nothing for a jury to decide here. The argument from Jay-Z would be there's no way a jury can look at this and find in favor of Jane Doe. We call it under the law no genuine issue of material fact. Busby says just because there's a dispute here doesn't mean this didn't happen, doesn't mean you can't prove it, doesn't mean this shouldn't go to a jury. And he also explains there could be an issue with recollection here, that it's understandable. Because think about what she's alleging. She says she was raped at 13 years old. Of course, that affects recollection, but it doesn't mean her claims are untrue.
Or maybe The Rock has got a beat. Stone Cold Steve Austin, which means I gotta get in my pickup truck, drink some Steve Weisers, listen to some Backstreet Boys. And that's the bottom line, because the great one said so. And one more thing, this Sunday night at Armageddon, The Rock is going to do all he can to win the WWE title. If you smell what The Rock is cooking.
Well, I tell you what's not cooking. Liam Payne. So, final hours have been detailed by a judge as 5 people are charged over his demise. So they're getting done with negligent homicide. We'll be keeping up to date with that. So he fell from a 3rd floor balcony in Casa Sur Hotel in Buenos Aires. That's in Argentina. Liam Payne lost his life. Liam Payne. So moment of silence for Liam Payne. Liam Payne. Right. And not too long ago, very recently, I should say. Right. Very recently. You know, I have a problem with the N word, even if it's being used by black people. You know what I mean? Right? I have a problem with it. So Fat Joe, right, come out with some comments, broke FBAs and the N word. Also, another guy there. I don't know. He's from the Brand Nubians as well. He said something. He's at the top of your screen there. He said something. And Fat Joe done this in a barber shop. Right? You know, a barber shop. A barber shop, man. You know what I mean? Right? And they were laughing. They were laughing when he said that, you know? Fat Joe. Right? Right? Fat Joe. Right? And then you got Lord Jamar. Oh no, that one's too long. Where's the other one? Oh yeah, CTL. Let's keep this one.
Make this the year you reclaim your sense of balance.
You see what I'm saying? Up to him.
Before we get off of Fat Joe, right, I gotta ask you, do you believe he's racist or no?
I think within Puerto Rican culture, and if they keep it real, within Puerto Rican culture lies a lot of racism. Okay? Not just for American blacks, but within their own hierarchy of skin tones. Like, lighter is better. Like, that's just what it is. Like, and not even just Puerto Rican culture. In a lot of so-called Latino culture, if you go to the Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, you know, if the darker ones in the culture are looked down upon and the lighter ones are lifted up. So in that sense, I think there's a certain inherent racism, because also let's keep it clear, Fat Joe is half Cuban as well.
Oh yeah.
And again,
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. So he's Puerto Rican and Cuban. And again, there's the white Cubans, then there's the Afro-Cubans, you see? And there's a certain inherent racism that exists and a disdain that comes with darker skinned people. If Joe was to somehow have a dark skinned child, you know, I bet you it would be a thing in the family. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I say that to say a lot of that is in our DNA, and we have to work consciously to remove it.
Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that. They ain't going nowhere. Right? Fat Joe and Fiesty. And Fiesty. But as I said, we're using these words, you know? We're using these words. But in rank, you imagine going into some Latino barbershop and start talk about people. Yeah, you soon find what happened to you. Yeah. As I said, we have the enemies from within. You know, we've got the enemies from within. Right? You got characters like this on your screen. Right? Characters like this. Yeah. You got characters like this, people.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know that I have captivated you because I am Ric Flair, the world heavyweight champion. Whether you like it or not, I just plain am the best there is in the sport today. $800 clean price. I got 600 suits. I can talk about the nice clothes. They like care about them.
Yes, people. Pastor Toby Edegi Boyega. And he's the cousin of the Star Wars lad. Yeah. The black lad in Star Wars. Now he's been accused of embezzlement and they're gonna deport him. Yeah. Right. They said they're gonna deport him. Right. He reckons they're not. Huh. Yeah, that's what he reckons. Huh. That's what Toby reckons, because I think the money's gone to Toby's head. You see? Toby reckons he's in charge. You see? Oh, Toby. Listen to Toby.
Okay, on a visitor's visa in 2005. Yeah. And attempted to regularize your status in 2015 or 16 before applying for leave to remain in 2019. Yeah. Some people might ask why you waited so long to try to regularize your status. Yeah. Especially given that you're a high-profile person. Regularize your status. Yeah. Especially given that you're a high-profile person. Yeah. Because essentially that means that you've been in the UK all this time unlawfully. I was just a regular person helping people in Peckham, Queens Road,
The man's going to say he lost track of time. This is a man that leads an organization, a religious organization to say, a religious organization. Now he's going to save the people of Peckham while throwing them under the bus, blaming them, said that he was too busy helping them. That's why he couldn't sort out his papers. Right? He also threw his family under the bus as well. His family under the bus. Yes, this man here. I don't even know if you can call him a man. Dressed up in all the shirt lifters, designers. The character of these people. And you're looking to these people to uplift you. They may well be able to uplift you, but you will be uplifted. Right? You'll be uplifted. In your eyes, you're uplifted. So you're being uplifted by a man that cannot even sort out his papers in the UK. He's friends with Sadiq Khan. I think he's been in the parliament as well. The accusations are that he's been robbing, right, his congregation to wear shirt lifters' clothes. How about that?
Next steps. Are you going to attempt to fight deportation? Well, there is no deportation of the first rule. Next steps. Are you going to attempt to fight deportation? Well, there is no deportation of the first rule. Next steps. Are you going to attempt to fight deportation? Well, there is no deportation of...
Really? Says who? You? You lying bastard. Huh? Right? Dismissing claims. Oh, yeah, right. I don't know. I mean, what? Dismissing this man here.
In light of the recent Immigration Tribunal decision,
right.
What are your next steps? Are you going to attempt to fight deportation?
Well, there is no deportation of the first rule.
Huh.
I need to make that clear. The next step is already done, meaning that there's a case in court already. There is, it's an ongoing issue.
You entered the UK on a visitor's visa in 2005 and attempted to regularize your status in 2015 or 16 before applying for leave to remain in 2019. Some people might ask why you waited so long to try to regularize your status. Yes, you're a high-profile person.
Nah, he's not no high-profile person, but Ridiculous. I think she likes him or
I
something.
was just a regular
Fuck
person,
him.
helping people
Idiot.
in Peckham, Queens Road, Peckham. Of course, I lost track of time. I came here as a boy, 25-year-old boy then, and you have uncles and families saying this is sorted, we're doing it. Until I realized
So you're
it's not
hearing
done.
that, right? So his own is, you know, people of Peckham, yeah? Come on. That's what the man said, you know, it's your fault. And also his family members. Yet still this man's running an organisation. But he can't sort his papers out. A shame about character, right? You can't match Navalny with these kind of people here. You see? Navalny's going to be number one, he looked like, for 2024. Right? This man, he's not making a list. He's not making a list. But it happened. It happened. So let's watch on.
Do you think that you should be allowed to stay in this country, given that you have
Go
been here essentially unlawfully for close to 20 years?
Well, the court and audiences will decide that.
If you do lose the case and you are removed
You
from
see,
the UK,
I mean, how can you follow someone like this, right? It's a clear question. You don't answer the question. He never answered it, did he? Didn't answer the question. It's a yes or no question. You know what I mean? He's just a, you know, and look at all these people here. Look at them. Look at them. Right? Because to them, that's success. The white man life is success. Because the spell that the UK be doing, right? Right? Them spells that they be casting on these people, right? It's their image of success. You understand? You know. But their image of success is one of the deadly sins. One of the deadly sins. Let me get the deadly sins up. Yeah? They call it the deadly sins. Right? Never mind the deadly nightshade, right? Which you know, in rightful times, you understand, right? You know, punishment and that. Okay? So some people may have to take the nightshade. You understand? Because you know the law says thou shalt not kill. So I'm going to keep to that one because it's a good one. How could you take someone's life? I mean, come on. But that's not the only one. 7 deadly sins. You got lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride. See, I can't help my people because they're so far gone, and the spirits that's in them, right? They're coming for my life. You know what I mean? They're coming to get rid of me because you know, right? Because these 7 deadly sins is what they need, and they'll do anything to get it. Okay, it would be fair enough if he just was running a business organization, but you know, they're mixing it with religion. You see, mixing it with religion. Same sort of character like allegedly Puff Daddy, Jay-Z. Right? And I mean, these guys are well down the list when it comes to power. You see, Right? There's people in positions of power that also practice the deadly sins. But they may make a organization, or they may make a company, okay, and then that's going on. And yes, you know, when they're ready, they will on a Sunday they'll go to church. They'll go to church, and you know. But our people, their success is wearing shirt lifters clothes. Shirt lifters, you know. Right? You just can't make this stuff up, you know. Well, this is you, Toby. This is you. And you see what the letter in here, what the Bible info has done? It's just fire.
Impossible. My organization is here. My organization is everywhere, and to move it to anywhere else means leave people to keep killing themselves. So no, we're not going to move the community or the movement. We're just going to establish more and find a way to do what we need to do.
I know you've said multiple times on social media, rightly, that you haven't faced any criminal charges.
Right.
But there have been a number of serious allegations made about your former church, SPAC Nation.
Okay.
In 2024, the Charity Commission did publish their inquiry report,
Right.
and they said that there were incidences of serious misconduct and mismanagement when it comes to safeguarding and financial transparency.
Right.
What would you say to that?
It is false. They've been on this thing for the past 4 years. So there are allegations. There are issues. Why is the police not involved? Why is nobody facing any inquiry? Why is there no inquiry?
But the Charity Commission did say that there was serious mismanagement and misconduct.
So
that's a separate report.
Yes.
So with regard to that, what would you answer to what they said?
So that's what we're asking the Charity Commission now. What is the serious blah, blah, blah? You can't just say there is a serious this and that. What is it, and who is going to answer for it?
You've spoken a lot about how many people you say you've helped, but then you do have these former members who have come out to speak about the exploitation they feel that they have experienced.
Right.
How do you reconcile your vision with what these people have said? Because they're extremely different.
I just finished service today, hundreds of young people. Some of them have been here for 8 years, meaning been in the church 8 years. Some 14 years. I've known some of them since I was 14. And you need to hear what they are saying about the church. So please, for any reasonable human being who is not just victimizing anything they don't like, if you have 1,000 people in a place, are you telling me 30 people will not be disgruntled?
This is more than being disgruntled, though. These are serious allegations.
Without facts, I've asked you if you have any facts. Situations happen, but there's no fact that the church was directly involved or that the church didn't take action if reported to.
So no one ever came to you or presented any of these allegations to you about financial exploitation?
Not once. We set up, when we heard these things, we set up a panel of inquiry, independent. We picked people from outside the Nation family or SPAC Nation, and we asked people to come forward if there is an issue.
But if there are multiple allegations of wrongdoing within your organization and you are the head of that organization, some would say that the buck stops with you and it's your responsibility to weed this type of behavior out.
And they will be right. And we've set up many panels and we've asked people publicly and privately to come forward if there are issues. Every organization has issues. The Catholic Church still has issues till tomorrow morning. Did you shut them down?
A lot has been said about the lifestyle that you portray, designer clothes, lavish cars. Some people would say that that is slightly contradictory to Christian values of humility and modesty.
Yeah, I'm right.
How would you answer that?
Well, I'm me, and I practice my own Christianity by impacting my community, making sure that I don't stay within the four walls of the church and tell people about going to heaven. I put on what is right, what connects to the generation I'm speaking to, so that they are not attracted to drug dealers and rappers. nothing wrong with rappers, but drug dealers, so that what they are looking for, they can find the hope of that in me.
Well, look, if you it just shows you the mental death of people, man. In 2024, so-called successful, intelligent black people. Yeah. Right. Toby, I got some audio here from what Fat Joe said. People, Fat Joe been upsetting a lot of people. He's upset Big Pun's missus, and he's also upset the FBA community.
Would have probably faded out, because if another label would have signed Pun, I feel Joe probably would have faded out in the back. But to know the fact that I know that Pun gave Joe, all right, we're gonna call you Don Carter Jr., and then wrote everything after that. You know what I'm saying? So everything. The whole Don Carter Jr. album, everything, just wrote everything. You know what I'm saying? So,
but at the same time, I feel like, if he's better and like Fat Joe could do that, I think that's a smart move for even.
Oh no, Joe's a smart man. He's a smart businessman. I never said that. He's a very smart businessman.
I was like, all these years, I'm putting you on, help me write. Like, if you're better, like, mine is why not? And cause I'm trying to really, because what's taking so long? Like, I don't understand. Like,
so long of what?
To build that Big Pun's legacy, to get y'all together. For me, you and Fat Joe, like, why is it 20 years? How he did? Was it legally? Like, how?
You know what? Can we stop this for a second?
Yeah.
I'm leaving this interview.
What?
Because this is like a whole Fat Joe situation now.
No.
Yeah, I'm good off of this. I'm not comfortable.
So that's Big Pun's wife, right? She went on to The Art of Dialogue, and she was speaking about Big Pun, and I think the interview was, was not showing much empathy. Wasn't showing much empathy in there. Okay. Right. It seemed like he was trying to push his agenda, and she left rightfully so. So shout out to Big Pun's missus. I mean, Big Pun was an amazing rapper. I mean, like the beat nuts and what, my kind of, I might even have to bust a little. All right, I'll bust a Big Pun later. But yeah, man. Right? Okay, so that's Big Pun's missus. Let's see what Joe's got to say. Fat Joe.
Even this interview, we never gonna put me in a situation.
So she leaves the interview. She's not happy.
What I had to go through to fight.
And he's also upset people on the FBA scene. Fat Joe.
These rumors were made by radical black racists. Let's just say that. Okay, it's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear black guy that ain't down with them. Right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't black American. Who are these guys? You want me to say it there? We're going to give them too much clout. The FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the fuck these broke niggas is. I'm just getting it a buck. And this shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who run them? Like, your leader? Oh, man. You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. And so they trying to change the narrative. They're not from New York. Right. So they telling the whole other story. This was whoopity you want this that you. These rumors were made by
Joey Crack, y'all. Well, for me, one of the moments of 2024 was Vybz Kartel getting out of prison. I couldn't believe it.
It's not just where you eat, it's who you share it
Well,
with.
you know what I mean? It's where you eat and where
Now to a Fox 5 exclusive where after 13 years behind bars, dancehall DJ Vybz Kartel is freed from prison and his murder conviction overturned. He speaks only with Elise Evers, who has a story you will only see here on Fox 5.
It was a moment skeptics and haters thought would never come. Exonerated dancehall music superstar Vybz Kartel released from prison. Now he's free and free to speak. And he's talking only to Fox 5 News in this exclusive first interview.
In a white t-shirt with it, we rock them shades to the lip.
Jamaican entertainer Vybz Kartel is called the king of dancehall music by fans around the world. On July 31st, 2024, he walked out of the Tower Street Adult Correctional Facility in Kingston and did not look back. He spent nearly the last 13 years of his life doing hard time for a murder he always insisted he did not commit.
First of all, how are you feeling?
The feeling of just being free is an amazing feeling. Lisa, it's so surreal. I have to pinch myself just to see that I'm awake.
At times, his case had looked hopeless, but no matter how harsh the prison conditions, he never gave up. Neither did his attorney, Isaac Buchanan, who waged fierce and focused legal battles, eventually convincing the highest courts in Jamaica and the UK to throw out the verdict and order his release.
Hard work and dedication, we believed in ourselves, and we had help inside and outside, especially you, Lisa. You pushed the case to the world.
On July 31st, while many were glued to the Jamaica Court of Appeal live feeds, Kartel says he was on the phone talking with Saddam.
She was like, babe, I'm on my way to get you. And then when the verdict was read, she's like, baby, you're free.
Kartel tells me he wrote hundreds of songs while in prison. Less than 24 hours after he got out, his new 12-track mixtape, called First Week Out, was released.
We have albums worth of songs. So a lot of writing about the situation, not about the situation, like a plethora of lyrics.
For now, the focus is on reconnecting with family members and recovering from the health problems that put his life on the line.
Before I go, I just want to say to the fans, thank you for the love. Thank you for being there by my side, my extended family. Thank you for having faith in me.
Kartel tells me he's looking forward to regular medical care to reverse the Graves' disease he suffers from, which causes some physical disfiguration and strengthen his heart. In prison, his personal physician could only visit him once every 3 months. His goal now is to regain his health and be back on stage before the end of the year.
Well, I tell you what, he will be on stage. He's got a show coming out, right? He's got a show, Vybz Kartel, a convicted murderer, let out of prison, convicted. Okay. I don't know if the murder conviction has been quashed, right? He's got a new show, right? Freedom. He's got a new show. And I'm going to show you, right? Right, he's got a new show which is going to be happening tomorrow, right? 31st of December at the National Stadium. But you want to see the prices of this, right? You want to see the prices. I ain't knocking a man's hustle, but boy, you ain't getting my money, right? Right, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Is it that one? Huh. Oh, is it this one? Might be. Okay. So here we got the so Drake is going to be there, not Kendrick Lamar, Rifleman. So you got your line up there. I ain't going to give him too much advertising. He must have done. You got your DJs, right? Got your right. So you got your the opening time and all that. Right, so tickets available, yeah? Let's see. Let's see this. All right, if you see the price of this shit, okay, now. And normally you have Sting. Normally you have a concert called Sting every year. That's been cancelled. That show's been cancelled, right? So you can get your live stream tickets for $39.75. $35. Or you could spend $150 plus, right? Vice Cartel and Friends Freedom Street concert tickets for $150. Right, $150. Right, and then you got your little setup there. Now I saw some for £1,000 plus, and here's the here is where it's going to be. National Stadium. I think that should be off Windward Road. Yeah, Windward Road. Right, downtown. Right. So he won't be making the list, but it did happen. It did happen. But bigger things are going on. Bigger things are going on.
State-of-the-art quantum computer chip. The company claims Willow leapfrogs over the supercomputers that we used to consider the world's fastest, and it takes 5 minutes for them to solve a problem that would currently take supercomputers 10 septillion years to complete. Well, Professor Alan Woodward is a computer scientist at Surrey University. Septillion, before I ask you how much is that, I know it's a lot. But first of all, I'm going to start with the very basic question, if you can explain what a quantum computer chip is.
Right, that's the $1 million question. In conventional computers, the laptop I've got in front of me, the unit of information that's used for processing is called a bit. Most people have heard of a bit, and it has two possible values, 0 and 1. And typically the way they're implemented on a chip is with a transistor, which is a fancy switch, so the switch is either on or off. So it's either 0 or 1. In quantum computing, you use what's called a quantum bit, and the quantum bit can also be 0 or 1. But if you can coax it into this very special state, it's a complex combination of 0 and 1. Some people argue that it's all possible values at the same time between 0 and 1. If you get lots of those working together, then you can actually, it turns out there's some algorithms you can do which are much faster in that sort of state with a qubit than you could ever do on a conventional computer. I'm slightly hesitant to say that this is the comparison with the supercomputer is actually really a valid one, because the algorithm they implemented is really all about, it relies on quantum physics. And so the first thing the supercomputer would have to do is simulate the quantum computer or the quantum circuit. So I'm not sure it's a fair comparison in some ways. But the more interesting part about what they've done, what Google have done, this paper they put out, is what's called error correction, which is a very boring subject. Most people will never have heard of it, but we're all relying on it. I'm using it right now. All our modern electronics have errors in them all the time. And if you're not to end up with just lots of noise, but actually a signal you can use, you have to do what's called error correction. And what they've worked out is how to build a chip with over 100 qubits on it, such that they've reduced the error rate below a magical threshold that everybody's been trying to get to for a long, long time. And that's the big breakthrough, if you like. So I hesitate to say it's a breakthrough. I think it's probably more of a major milestone, and it's certainly very encouraging for anybody that's working on quantum computers, because it means that what we can do is we now know we can scale these things up. We can add more and more qubits to the chips without necessarily just incurring a consequentially larger number of errors.
Quantum computing. So a major milestone has been reached. Right, we also know we've got the AIs and stuff like that, but this quantum computing is going to be a game changer, and I'll be doing a show about that in the new year. In the new year, people. Right. So we also had the death of a music titan, American producer, composer, Quincy Jones, passed away at 91. And he's worked with many of the biggest names in jazz, rock, R&B, pop and hip-hop, and especially known for his work with Michael Jackson and the album Thriller. Yes, people, Thriller. Yes, Thriller. How about that? So Quincy passes away, right? What? God damn it. Lord have mercy. Right. What? Okay. So let's let's go for this one.
We'll have several members whose elections made history. One of them is Representative-elect Sarah McBride, a state senator who won Delaware's at-large seat in the House and becomes the first openly transgender member of the United States Congress. She joins me now. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
First and foremost, congratulations.
Thank you.
We should note you defeated your Republican opponent by a comfortable margin. But this also happened in the backdrop of a campaign that specifically included a lot of anti-transgender TV ads by the Trump campaign. What does your win say to you about your constituents?
I think this election, this result, reinforces what I've seen throughout my life, which is that Delawareans are fair-minded and that in our state of neighbors, we judge candidates based on their ideas and not their identities. I ran on my track record of bipartisan results in the Delaware State Senate, passing paid family and medical leave and the largest investment in our state's Medicaid program since the Affordable Care Act passed, and on what I would do in Congress, and that's to focus on bringing down costs facing families, to provide affordable housing, childcare, and health care to every single one of my neighbors. And voters responded to that, even with all of the anti-trans ads. I wasn't hearing about them on the trail. What I was hearing about is the need to make the American dream more affordable and accessible for everyone.
Let's talk about what you would be able to do in Congress, though, because as we sit here and speak now, it's very likely you're going to be in the minority in the House. You're going to have Republicans controlling the Senate, Republicans controlling the White House. So what is realistic and achievable for you in the way of policy goals?
Look, democracy only works if we're willing to not only have conversation across disagreement, but work across disagreement. I'm proud that during my time in the Delaware General Assembly, nearly every bill that I introduced and passed with bipartisan support. So I'm ready to roll up my sleeves, dive into the details, and work with anyone who's willing to work with me to help Delaware. Now, obviously, given the results of the election, that's often going to mean standing up to the Trump-Vance administration and their attempt to undermine workers and retirees in this country. But where there are opportunities to find common ground, sometimes on the issues outside of the headlines, there's
What
an
are some of
ability.
those issues, for example?
Well, so for instance, in Delaware, I was able to work very closely with our conservative Republican leader in the state Senate to expand access to oral health care in rural communities. I'd love to continue to work on issues that matter to Delawareans in urban, suburban, and rural areas across the state of Delaware. And I'm going to look for those opportunities on a whole host of issues that make a real difference in the lives of my constituents. They might fall outside the traditional ideological and partisan battle lines. And those are issues where you can find common ground with Republicans. And I look forward to building relationships and building trust and respect with colleagues on the other side of the aisle. But we can't give up on our capacity to find durable bipartisan solutions for this country.
At the same time, I have to ask you, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance made part of their campaign message and a strong part of their closing message a lot of anti-trans rhetoric, right? They spent millions on ads around these messages. A lot of your congressional colleagues-to-be echoed those messages, share those views. How do you work with them? How does that work?
Well, I think the ones that are particularly consumed with fomenting and manufacturing the culture wars, those folks are professional provocateurs parading as public officials. They are not willing to work with any Democrat, and they can barely work with their own Republican colleagues. But look, there are obviously real differences of opinion on LGBTQ equality. I'm used to working with people who not only disagree with me, but who disagree with me on some pretty fundamental issues to my own life. But that's how we make government work better. It's by recognizing that I might disagree with you on every other issue but the one right before me, and I have to seize that opportunity to make that progress.
In the wake of such a decisive victory by former President Trump, now President-elect Trump, there's a lot of soul-searching, finger-pointing within your party and the Democratic Party. And there is this consensus, this idea that Democrats are somehow out of touch with the voters and what really mattered to them in this election. Do you agree with that? And how did Democrats course correct?
What I can tell you is that when I was campaigning in Delaware, I was not hearing about these attacks on trans people. I was hearing about the cost of living. I was hearing for affordable childcare, housing, and health care.
Should Democrats have leaned into those issues more?
I think Vice President Harris did lean into those issues, but I do believe that we can continue to put forward a bolder agenda that's very specific to the kitchen table issues that matter to people. But I think the problem that we have and what we need to address is a bigger problem in our politics. All of us have to do a better job of seeing the very real pain that exists across this country, across the political divide, and living the truth that we don't have to believe that people are right for what they're facing to be wrong, and we do not have to believe that they are right for us to try to right that wrong. And I think we can do a better job of demonstrating that radical compassion and that radical grace in our politics.
Nah, I mean, with all due respect, rifle. I mean, it's going to take a time for people to kind of get used to this kind of thing. You know what I mean? You can't just force it down people's throat. Is that a man or a woman? It's a man, isn't it? Okay, it's a you know, gotta get myself straight down now. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Right? Right? Have a look at this. Have a look at this. Well, let's move on. We can't. I mean, you know, they can't expect things just to change like that. Some people going to be worried. You know, if people are worried about, say, if people have got concerns with, say, a Muslim person, you know, or whatever, then you have this, you know, it's going to take a while for it to kind of, you know, it needs time. Needs time. You can't just expect people just to be like, wow, you know what I mean? Open arms, you know? Right? Open arms, you know, you're giving it the old open arms, and then you're having a sword fight down them. I mean, honestly, people. I mean, you know? Right? No, I mean, what people do behind closed doors, you know, I don't have any thing to say about that. Right? Adults, you know, do what they wish to do. I understand that. I don't think there should be any law to outlaw it. You understand? But what I'm saying is, like, you know, it's going to take time for people to kind of get used to that kind of stuff. Right? Because if we can't deal with other issues that we got right now, and now this one just comes in and kind of wants to be accepted. There's many things that is not accepted. But I'll tell you something that got accepted. I'll tell you something that got accepted. Trump battered Kamala Harris. Battered her. Right? Right? Look at the results there. Look. Right?
It would blow your head clean off. You have to ask yourself one question. Do I feel like it? Well, do you look? No.
He rifled her. Kamala Harris. He wiped the floor clean. Clean. Kamala Harris. Right?
English Premier League. Everton 1, Manchester United 3. Crystal Palace 4, Leeds United 1. Chelsea 4, United 1. West Ham 1, Fulham 0. Sunday, West Bromwich 0. Tottenham Hotspur 1. Leicester City 1. Wolverhampton 0. Manchester City 1. Liverpool 1.
Back to the UK. So that's definitely going to be one of the defining moments. Trump winning the presidency. Okay. That's got to be up there. That's got to be up there. That's got to be up there for 2024. Defining moments with JTV 2024. Right?
I'm really rich, I show you that. They do a website, it costs me $3. That I got from China in a war. The sun will rise, the moon will set. He wasn't a cheerleader, he was the opposite. Even our nuclear arsenal doesn't work. I think I'm actually a very nice person. We have nothing. I just sold an apartment for $15 million to somebody from China. I learned so much just sitting at his feet, playing with blocks. They're rapists, and some probably from the Middle East. And I promise I will never be in a bicycle race, that I can tell you. We now have a gun on every table. We're ready to start shooting.
Big ideas don't come easy.
Never knowingly off-brand, at a Boxing Day hunt, the Reform leader celebrating his party's growing membership. That was hours after this stunt, Reform projecting their membership ticker onto Tory HQ and saying they're now a bigger party than the Conservatives. But in a string of Boxing Day online posts, Kemi Badenoch said the counter was fake and coded to increase automatically. Nigel Farage then said he would let accountants audit their figures before his chairman started a poll on whether Reform should sue for libel.
What she needs to do is just fess up. She got it badly wrong. We've proven by showing our database to a range of journalists that actually she's completely misinformed. She should just apologise, learn from it, try not to make the same mistakes into the new year, Kemi.
With Westminster quiet for Christmas, a Tory source responded by saying Kemi Badenoch was spending time with her family, while also accusing Nigel Farage of being a fake, who was rattled that his publicity stunt was facing questions.
Reform may only have 5 MPs here, but they know how to pick a political fight. The party says that more people have been joining them since this row was inflamed by Kemi Badenoch's Boxing Day posts. Some Tories may be asking why their leader has wandered into this somewhat unnecessary spat.
Reform shared internal party data with Sky News showing this ticker increasing in line with their membership figures. Sky's data and forensics team also analysed Reform's website and said the ticker didn't appear to be pre-programmed.
If that's what Reform were doing, you'd see a sort of linear increase. You'd see them adding, I don't know, let's say 100 members every minute, and it would be pretty consistent. That's not at all what we're seeing. We see a lot of variation in sort of how many people are being added to that membership count.
And amid this political row, another record passed on the policy issue of migration, with 150,000 people now having arrived on small boats since 2018. Reform say that's just one reason people are moving to their party, but for the Tories, this may prove to be a Christmas argument they could have done without.
Yeah, you're too right. Nah. You see? You see? So this is the first black leader of a political party in the UK. Okay. Right. Kemi Badenoch. She's saying that Nigel Farage is fiddling the numbers. Yes, the woman that says in an economical crisis in the UK that she doesn't eat sandwiches, she eats steaks. Yes, she eats steaks. And she doesn't take a break. Okay? She doesn't take a break. She's always working. But that's not the only person she's upset, you see. That's not the only one she's upset. You see? Right? Right? Not the only one. What's going on here? Why can't I? Oh. Wait. Come on. Oh, boy. Thing freeze up on me. Right? Kemi Badenoch. She also upset the fellow countrymen. Right? She's upset them. Right? Facing criticism. And here we are. Huh. So she's going through an identity what? Identity crisis. So let's have a check with Professor Tim Wilson. Shout out to him. I'm a follower of Tim Wilson.
To be free and flexible and creative was really essential to what I wanted to make, and I didn't find a platform that did that.
Makes the list as well. Look.
Kemi Badenoch, the new Conservative leader, has once again demonstrated her unique ability to polarize opinion, and this time by prompting a diplomatic spat with Nigeria. That is the place where she spent her teenage years as her parents were working there. And her forthright criticisms of the country have attracted ire from the Nigerian Vice President Kashim Shettima, and have also reignited broader debates about her identity, patriotism, and the responsibilities of diaspora leaders. In her earlier comments, Badenoch didn't mince words. She painted a picture of a dysfunctional political system in Nigeria, rife with corruption and inefficiency. And she framed her experience there as a contrast to the opportunities and the meritocracy that she found in Britain. And statements like these serve a dual purpose. They reflect her personal narrative while reinforcing her political ethos of individual responsibility and merit. Yet, these remarks have drawn sharp rebukes from Nigeria. Shettima's response was equal parts wounded patriotism and political theatre. His statement, she is entitled to her opinions, but the greatest black nation on earth is the nation called Nigeria. It highlights a defensive pride that resonates deeply with Nigerians both at home and abroad. And his applause line about her right to remove the Kemi from her name adds a layer of cultural provocation, questioning her attachment to her heritage. Badenoch's defence is equally uncompromising. Her spokesperson says that she's not interested in doing Nigeria's PR. That's a stark reminder of her focus on domestic politics, but it would be nice if she could actually do that as well. It suggests that her allegiance lies firmly with her adopted nation, even at the cost of alienating a segment of her ethnic heritage. After all, she was born in Britain. So she has a right to defend Britain, but nevertheless, you know, I would much prefer to see her doing her job at the dispatch box than messing around trying to defend herself on an international stage. She isn't up to the international stage, as I'm afraid she demonstrates yet again.
That's right.
The row raises much bigger questions.
Yes.
Should leaders of diaspora communities feel obliged to soften their criticism about their countries of origin, or their countries of the countries where their family comes from? For Badenoch, whose rise is rooted in a rejection of the failures she associates with Nigeria, her remarks are consistent with her broader worldview. But Shettima's wounded comments reveal how such candour can be interpreted as betrayal by those who see national identity as inextricably linked to personal identity.
That's
the
right.
comparison with Rishi Sunak, praised by Shettima as a leader who never denigrated his ancestral India, is noteworthy. It underscores differing expectations for diaspora leaders based on their cultural and political approaches. And Sunak, more measured and diplomatic, represents continuity, while Badenoch's bold rhetoric aligns with disruption. Ultimately, Badenoch's refusal to shy away from controversial positions, at least as she perceives them, speaks to her. It speaks to the image that she tries to cultivate of being unapologetic and saying, saying, quote, the truth. But the truth is an evasive commodity. And I don't know whether this strengthens her standing among British voters or alienates more potential allies abroad. That remains to be seen. I'm inclined to think the latter. Kemi Badenoch is not somebody who acquires friends. She generates animosity. She generates enemies.
Idiot.
What is clear is that this episode underscores the complexities of navigating identity, criticism, and diplomacy in an increasingly interconnected world. And Badenoch doesn't really know how to navigate this this complexity.
Well, son, yeah, you know, and look, this one for measure, yeah. Let me put snags off Nigeria.
Charlotte has written debates about identity, loyalty, and the role of diaspora leaders. Her remarks, describing the country as plagued by corruption and inefficiency, have drawn backlash, including Vice President His Excellency Kashim Shettima's pointed comment that she could remove the Kemi from her name if she is not proud of her heritage. In his... Do you have already?
No. We have Cornish tea, and then the gin. Have you got any gin kicking around? Say almost gin. Right.
Kemi Badenoch getting beef from her home country. The Conservatives leader grew up in Nigeria, but she's now being criticised for not always having the kindest words for the African nation. 16 years in Nigeria, said in 2022 it was a place wrought with poverty and broken dreams. And this year she added that fear was everywhere in the country. The president has hit back.
We are proud of her, in spite of her efforts at denigrating her nation of origin. She is entitled to her own opinions. She has even every right to remove the Kemi from her name. But that does not underscore the fact that the greatest black nation on earth is the nation called Nigeria.
Badenoch's spokesperson responded, Kemi is not interested in doing Nigeria's PR. She is the leader of the opposition in the UK.
It's politics. You take a pay cut, so taking massive pay cuts, but it was just, I needed something more than what my jobs in banking and engineering and software were giving me.
So your first race is in 2015 to the London Assembly, which is like a...
Yes, that's the first time I won something.
It's a civil council, okay. And
in the sense that I voted leave before I was an MP because I just couldn't see a way forward. We tried to negotiate and nothing was working. And we're giving this option, leave or remain. And I said, well, my husband and I again agreed on everything. He voted for remain, I voted leave. And then I got into Parliament and there was no plan.
So Kemi's upset around Nigerian government. Well, instead of criticising like how she likes to criticise, why didn't she help Nigeria with their problems with corruption or the problems that they have?
This morning,
and a potential prime minister, what would you be saying to our allies, particularly the Israelis?
I would be congratulating Prime Minister Netanyahu. I think what they did was extraordinary. Israel is showing that it has moral clarity in dealing with its enemies and the enemies of the West as well.
We'll be seeing you next year, Kemi. If you carry on like that, you're going to get rifled, love. Carry on.
Morning. I think the answer to that is complete and utter dismay last night, once I'd become aware of the exact nature of his statement in the House of Lords, and that's now morphed this morning into anger at the tone as well as the content of what he said. The tone, if I can sum it up, it should have been the minor key of a deep lament, but it was the major key of a very shallow jingle. And I think that's what's really jarring with my fellow survivors and me.
He's still the boss, as it were. How do you think this means maybe the high echelons of the church are dealing with this and might deal with such issues in the future?
Well, I think he is still the boss, and that in itself is a mystery, because I think in any other organization he would have been shown the door. And I think that what should have been an immediate resignation, standing down from all duties, has turned into a sort of happy retirement brought forward. And that to survivors, not just of John Smythe like myself, but survivors of other Anglican church abuse, is a complete and utter mystery why that's happened. So that, I think, shows that the matter of safeguarding is still not being given the serious attention that it should be in the Church of England. And the further proof of that is the fact that Justin Welby says that his is, quotes, the only head that should roll. That's what he said in the Lords yesterday. But actually, survivors have been calling for more heads to roll. Other senior clergy who are described in the Makin review into John Smythe's abuses as having failed us as survivors, failed us very badly indeed, they need to step down and step aside as well. So I think that the whole matter is not being taken yet as anything like as seriously as it should.
That's right.
Mr. Sibby, you mentioned the Archbishop's tone. Was there any sense of regret or sorrow or pure flippancy?
I think that I would describe it as a tone of frivolity. There should have been a note of contrition throughout the whole of his statement, but he showed more pity and compassion for his beleaguered diary secretary than he did for us victims and survivors. And that also has caused enormous upset amongst those of us who are abused by John Smythe. It's not like we're conducting some sort of ongoing pity party, but it would be nice to have at least some measure of empathy shown by the top of the Church of England, not just Justin Welby, but other bishops who are implicated in the Makin review.
The speech that we're talking about took place just after lunch yesterday, just after 2 o'clock. As yet, no word of apology or acknowledgement that he got it wrong. What do you take from that?
I think it's just further evidence of the complete lack of connection between Lambeth Palace and the rest of the nation, because everyone else that I speak to and listen to, including not just in the press, but just amongst my friends and family, everyone else is completely and utterly appalled by the tone and the content of the statement that he made. And I feel like there's a massive disconnect between what he thinks and how he perceives what he says and the way everyone else does. And that disconnect is very disturbing, because it suggests to me that the hierarchy of the Church of England, if he's anything to go by, lives in this sort of hermetically sealed bubble in which they feel like they can say anything they want. But actually, we're holding them now to account, much greater account than ever before. And their feet are held now to the fire, and they've got to react and do the right thing.
Lastly, I'm going to use the word again. I think there was a flippant tone to the the lines about someone's head had to roll.
Yeah,
Do you think that shows?
Absolutely, that was
I'm so sorry, sir.
outrageous.
Yeah, I was
I
going to
mean,
say, do you think that means he didn't think he actually should have had to quit, Mr. Stibby?
Yes, I think you're absolutely right in your assessment there. The thing I took away first, which did enrage me, was this idea that he was now questioning, or at least the implication that he was now questioning his personal responsibility and accountability for what happened. And I think that that's something that really has riled us, because when he did resign, he talked about his personal as well as institutional responsibility. But yesterday, it seemed to me and to many of us that he was saying yes to institutional responsibility, but he was now very much questioning his own personal responsibility. And if he could apologize for that, I think it would go some way towards making amends. He is partly responsible for the cover-up of John Smythe's abuses. That much has been proven by Keith Makin's forensic review. And therefore, yesterday, flippantly, in a small speech that included jokes about decapitation, which is violence, he should have the sensitivity to apologise.
Grateful for your time today. Thank you. Mark Stibby was abused by the barrister Smythe when he was a 16-year-old pupil at Winchester College.
You see? Right? Right? So Welby, he resigned. Church of England. Yeah? The abuse that, on the youth them. And the man couldn't even say sorry. Disgusting behaviour. Right? So you also had Assad fell. Yeah? Assad. And you had the guy hiding under the blanket moment. Right? One of the torturers. Right? Is it that one? Yeah. I think it's this one. Oh, what's this? Oh, no. No. Oh, sugar. All right, let's see if it can run.
Regime, major players in the region, including the United States, Turkey, and Israel, are stepping up their activity in the country, launching strikes on military targets, hoping to prevent terror organizations from making gains. Now, the Israeli military claims to have confiscated several Syrian tanks in the buffer zone that separates the two countries. For his part, the leader of the rebel group, now in control of the country, said his team is working to potential chemical weapon sites and promised to shut down the notorious prisons operated by Assad. Thousands of people deemed enemies of the previous regime were held, tortured in those prisons. Many have disappeared. CNN's Clarissa Ward visited one facility and made an incredible discovery. Here's her report.
Deep in the belly of the regime's Air Force intelligence headquarters,
these are English letters.
We are hoping to find traces of Austin Tice, an American journalist held captive in Syria since 2012. It's one of many secret prisons across the city. This specific branch was tasked with surveillance, arrest, and killing of all regime critics.
These are all cleaned out.
We don't find any hints of Tice, but come across something extraordinary.
I can't tell though, it might just be a blanket, but it's the only cell that's locked. Is he gonna shoot it?
The guard makes us turn the camera off while he shoots the lock off the cell door. We go in to get a closer look. It's still not clear if there is something under the blanket.
Now look at this. Look at this.
It moved. Is there someone there?
If there's someone there. Look. Look at this.
Is someone there?
Well, it don't even look like no one is there.
Or is it just a blanket? I don't know.
No way. Is that someone under there? Wow, he
Hello?
looks like himself good, man. Damn. Looks like a folded blanket. Watch it. Watch this. Watch this. Al-Akbar. Look at this. Now look. That's state.
I'm a civilian, he says. I'm a civilian.
He's not a civilian. They said that he was one of the torturers. Watch him. Right? He's one of the torturers. And look at this poor acting, rubbish. He's one of them that was torturing the people in there. Look at CNN. They're so fake.
Both hands.
Does anyone have any water?
She's holding on to her hand.
Okay, it's water. It's water. Okay.
You look thirsty when you was underneath the blanket, son. Right? So that, I mean, and then you got the and look, man, it's gonna be crazy over there now, right? So you got the Middle East, right? So that was CNN get caught out, right? That was a defining moment. Now, this ain't the only one, right? Shocking crimes, right? 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 This ain't the only one, right? So this music producer and his wife, graphic designer, found guilty at Coventry Crown Court, right? 24 years, yeah? And 19 years. And their little son, yes, their son, right? No longer with us. He was buried in the garden. Okay? Buried in the garden. Now, this is going to go up with it may be a joint first, to be honest, with the most brutal convictions or, right? And we're talking about parenting. Okay, so the parents, they were following some sort of religious sect or something. Okay, and the poor lad lost his life. Not the only one. We also had Sarah Sharif, who also at the hands of her mother, stepmother, right? And father, people. Poor little lass. Look at her. He found out her home, right? They brutalized little pitney, right? These dirty people here, right? Look on them. Monsters, right? So 2024, it's been there's a lot of stuff happened in 2024. A lot of stuff has happened, and I'm gonna have to do my countdown, right? My countdown for who I think. And there's a moth here. There's a moth in my place, right? There's a moth. Who makes the list? So Navalny's up there. Navalny. Trump's up there. Trump. Diddy. Jay-Z. The natural disasters. There was so many natural disasters. So those all will go up there. Right? We also had the presidency of Trump. We also had the assassination attempt on Trump. Liam Payne. All right. Starmer. The London riots. Yes. Yes. The London riots got to be in there. The woman on fire as well in America. I think there was another one after that as well. Right? And there's been many stories, you know, that has happened. That has happened. Right? So up to date, let's go up to date then. Let's go up to date. Right? Up to date. And show up to the 30th of the 12th, 2024, 1659 UK time. All right, let me do this. All right, let's see what the headlines are today. I'm not sure what they are, but we can run. Oh no. Okay, one sec. All right. Okay. That one. All right. So news. Huh. That chopped woman, right? Of all people. What's this? What's this about? Oh God. So look, right? Nick Ferrari, the best bits. What's that one? Jimmy Carter passed away. Oh, we also had the plane crash, right? The plane crash in Azerbaijan. And the president's blaming Russia. And I saw the bullet holes in there. Don't know who done it. You had the Chagos Island deal as well. That was another one. Reforms UK membership soaring to 153,000. We also got the migrant crossings, which is, you know, right, is a problem. Is a problem. So Jimmy Carter passed away. Elon Musk, was he saying that he's slamming Labour? No one wants to do business in the UK. Not bloody surprised. Huh. Diane Abbott trying to still remain relevant. Well, she had enough time to do her thing. Shout out to Diane Abbott. But now we got another one, Kemi Badenoch. Yeah. We also had a year of scandals, it says here. Yeah, year of scandals. You had that Harry and Meghan. Maddie Soto murder. What the hell is that all about? 3 days ago. It just keeps going on and on. Might have to check that one out though. What's happened there? Watch out. What's going on here? Look at it.
Shen Yun brings 5,000 years of culture to the world stage.
Must have been smoking that ice or something. Must have been hanging about with
So my daughter was dropped off.
What's his name again? She must have been hanging about with the guy with Johnny Dang. Kodak Black. Yeah. Johnny Dang. Yeah. Right. Right. So that's another, you know. Wait, what them is doing? They must smoke ice together, or is Johnny? Look at Johnny's eyes, man. He's on something, isn't he? He's on something. He's on something there. Dang. You don't have to ask if Kodak's on anything. Right? But that his eyes, man. All these, look at this. Look at here. Right? Yeah? Look at this. Look at the state of these people. Right? They smoke ice, you know. Right? They must smoke pipe. Right? Right? Johnny Dang. Well, they keep smoking all that stuff. I don't know how long they're gonna last. Because I see bigger than them fall through that. But let me see what happened here. What's going on here? What one?
Search for missing teenager Maddie Soto sadly turned into a homicide investigation. I take a look at everything we know about the case and when the man accused of taking her life is set to go on trial. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Maddie Soto's disappearance and what would end up being her murder has touched so many people. Maddie should still be here. She had just celebrated her 13th birthday in February with a party at her grandparents' home. The photos of her show a girl who appears to be happy. But we would later find out her life was filled with sadness. Kissimmee police would later reveal in investigative reports that Maddie was being sexually abused for years.
You know,
detectives would write that the abuse was taken.
You know, poor little lass. You see what I mean? They turn down on the youth, them. You know? From that picture there with her in that dress there, and I thought that's a bit, that's not very child, looking there.
Taking place at the hands of a man that Maddie's mother, Jen Soto, was dating. His name, Stephen Stearns. The allegations are disturbing. And at this point, Stephen Stearns has pleaded not guilty to sexually abusing Maddie Soto and murdering her. Police said they found more than 1,700 images of Stearns molesting Maddie on a Google Drive connected to his cell phone. Much of the investigation into Maddie's disappearance was captured by body-worn cameras and police recorded audio of interviews. Let's take a look back at the case from the very beginning. Maddie's mom, Jen Soto, reported her missing on the evening of February 25th after she went to pick up Maddie from school, and she didn't come out.
Hey there.
Hey there. What's going on?
So my daughter was dropped off close to school this morning.
Look at him. He's right there. Look. He's right there. Right beside the woman. You imagine a woman bring the man come in the yard to start praying the daughter. And probably, no matter how the little child said something to the mother now listen. See him there? Right on the left. Why, I tell you. And nothing apart from maybe the child is going to talk, Or, you got to kill the girl.
I'm sorry, one second. Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Crazy, man.
Are we looking for another kid or we have a kid?
Looking for another one.
Good, people are still on the scene, let's put that out in the hospital location. How long?
Was she on drugs or something? Look a bit weird, that woman there, man. Is she on drugs or something or what? What's the matter with her?
Okay. So she was supposed to be dropped off at school, didn't make it to school.
Didn't make it to school. I went to pick her up from school today, and she never came out. They announced it over the speaker, and I'm just like, maybe she walked here, because sometimes she'll walk here to this office. I came here, nothing. I went back to the school, they were closed. I got an email from the school saying she was absent, but I also messaged her teacher, and he looked at her entire attendance today and saw that she was completely not at school today either.
Okay.
So she never made it.
Okay, what's her name?
Madeline. Madeline.
Madeline.
I-N-E.
Last name?
Soto. S-O-T-O.
SOTO?
Now, you saw Jen Soto there with Stefan Stearns in the background saying she got a notification from Maddie's school saying Maddie didn't show up. Soto said she reached out to Maddie's teacher, too. There have always been a lot of questions about what the school did or didn't do when Maddie didn't show up for school. The conversation between the deputy and Jen Soto continued.
What's the name of the signal aid? Madeline Soto, age 13. I'm trying to get a clothing description now. What was she last seen wearing?
Green hoodie.
Green hoodie.
White Crocs.
White Crocs.
Either blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Black shorts?
Yeah.
Black shorts? Okay. Black shorts. Alright. Do you know if she has like friends in the area?
She does, but she doesn't know where they live.
She doesn't know where they live. Okay.
I asked all of them.
Okay.
An interesting note about that clip. Stefan Stearns knew what Maddie was wearing. Not a big surprise, since he would later tell law enforcement that he took Maddie to school that morning, but dropped her off at a church. Deputies tried to get more information about Maddie in these critical first moments of the missing persons investigation.
Is this like, did she like have any places that you guys know that she would usually be at? Any friend's house? Any places that like she likes to hang out?
Not typically,
no.
Not typically?
No.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. Let me see if I get some.
Thank you.
No problem. And what school she goes to?
Hunters Creek Middle School.
Hunters Creek Middle? Alright, cool.
Building your online business?
So, what happened to this kid here now? So,
go to Wix.com and set up your store.
And the man standing right there. Watch him. When they know they kill a little youth. On it.
Stefan Stearns said that he and Maddie, they just happened to leave their phones at the condo that morning when he claimed that he dropped her off at school. This is how he explained that.
Is it normal for her to not have her phone?
Unfortunately, she's severely ADHD, as am I and her mother. So it is not uncommon at all, and in fact, very, very usual thing for her to forget things. She'd forget her head if it wasn't screwed on. And we're forgetful about, writing her about that in the morning. We'll remind her, and then it will leave our mind, and she'll say okay, and then it will leave her mind.
And is she on medication for this stuff?
Normally, yes. She's been staying with her grandparents a lot this week while her mom was working. So she has not been getting her meds a whole lot.
Okay.
So she was really squeezed.
Where's mom working at? What changed in her hours that she needs all this thing?
She's training, so it's not a set schedule yet.
Okay.
Within days, Stearns was placed under arrest. He would later be charged with more than 60 sex crimes related to Maddie. The sheriff of Orange County said then that Stearns was the prime suspect.
You know what I mean?
The arrest of Stefan Stearns.
How many times that's happened, and it has been many times that I've allowed her to have a supper party with him, to be alone in a bed with him. I'm usually around all the time.
Detectives also pressed Jen Soto about their concern that she made a crime related to Maddie Soto's death or disappearance. I want to be very clear about that. And the state attorney's office has told me in statements in the past that the evidence shows that one person at this point is responsible for Maddie's death. And that
honestly, Matt. Craziness.
Like it is. Do I make myself clear? I'm not that don't roll me up. To be the man, Daddy, you gotta be the man. Pretty ladies, make some more! You want me to do it again? And I'll do it again. Bright lights, big cities, pretty ladies, 5 times the world champion. Woo! I am Ric Flair. I've done it all to be the best. Woo! Come on, man. I'm so inspired today. Don't you ever wrap me up when I'm talking. Woo! 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 captivated you because I am Ric Flair, the world heavyweight champion. Whether you like it or not, I just plain am the best there is in the sport today. Myself, in $100 Cleveland flags, I got 600 suits. I can talk about the nice clothes. They like fine clothes. You know, I buy my clothes at Michael in Kansas City. Straight goes up to Richmond. You can pick one of these up for about $1,500 at Michael's in Kansas City. I'm looking at 146 different suits to choose from because I know how to style and profile. This $850 garment, GQ magazine, Playgo magazine, the greatest